And hello everyone, welcome to the stream. So, continue playing Ace Attorney. Hold on. I kinda don't know why in English it was translated as, like, Ace Attorney subtitles and main titles Phoenix Wright, despite it's not even the name of the character. Alright, hold on. Did I do everything correctly? I hope so. Here it is. Yeah, as you can see, in the bottom of the screen, this game icon, he has something like bear. Like, what the heck is this? No, seriously. I have zero idea. Continue. Day 3. From chapter start? Hold on, you can... You want to say that I can only start from the beginning of the chapter or what? Well, I didn't get it. Well, I guess that's it. Let me check the sound. Test. Sound is okay. Supposed to. Yeah. So, is it possible to save it anytime you want? How's it working actually? One way or another, this case gets decided today. Phoenix, look! Prosecutor Edgeworth. I received a call from the public prosecutor's office yesterday. He told me that whatever Mr. Wright says today will be the absolute truth. No matter how you try to attack his testimony, if I raise an objection, I have it on good faith that the judge will listen to me. What? Does White have the judge in his pocket too? So you're saying I'm going to be guilty? End of story. I will do anything to get my verdict, Mr. Wright. Anything. Why? How can you torment an innocent person like this? Innocent? Hold on, I need to write sound level like this, maybe. Innocent? How can you know that? The guilty will always lie to avoid being found out. Hello, Monte Carlo. There's no way to tell who is guilty and who is innocent. All that I can hope to do is get every defendant declared guilty. So make that my policy. That's strange, like, the main idea of the court is figure out the truth and not find someone guilty or not. Edgeworth, you've changed. Phoenix, you know him? Don't expect any special treatment, Phoenix Wright. Naruhodo, of course. Well, court will be open for session soon. What? But wait! The defense attorney isn't even here yet. He's not. I'll be defending myself. What? Okay, let's do this. But of course, what else could it be? Still number 1. First case was in number 2, now it's number 1 second time. The court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Phoenix Wright. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, are you sure you're up to doing this? Yes, Your Honor. I will be defending myself. Understood. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. Your opening statement, please. As the details of the events are already quite clear to the court, today we will hear the testimony another witness to the defendant's crime. I see. The prosecution may call its witness. It went far too smoothly. Why didn't the judge ask Edgeworth why his witness didn't testify before? It's like he already knows why. And if anyone's going to raise an objection about this, I suppose it's me. Let it go. Let it go. Forget it. I smell a trap. I would like to call Mr. Wright to the stand. Please state your full name. You wish to know the title of my personage? So many diamonds. Your name? Yes, that is what I said. Oh dear, do my locutions confuse? I don't understand him. Name! It's too great together. My name is Wright, but my friends call me Blanco Nina? Oh, why? I'm the CEO, to use a more common term, the president of Blue Corp. Wait a second, CEO is more common term for me. Did you know the victim, Miss Mia Fey? That would be a negatory no, I did not. You were at the Gatewater Hotel the night of the murder. Correct. And you witnessed the murder from there? Ahem. Why tell you what you already know? Very well, Mr. Wright. You may begin your testimony. You can't rip this guy's testimony apart. I'm done for. But you always feel like it's the end of the world and I'm the last man standing. I hope you have made your peace with God, Mr. Lawyer. Let him have it, Phoenix. Now let's see. Witness's account. Let's see. It was about 9, I believe, PM, I believe. Wait a second, I didn't see that he said I believe. But I said myself. Wonderful. I was quietly Rusifying, or that's reading to you, some papers by the window. Rusifying. Then I heard a bedlam coming from outside. Surprised, I turned to look at the building across the way. It was then I saw him, a spiky-haired man attacking a woman with long hair. Needless to say, that man was none other than you, Mr. Lawyer. I called Miss May all at once. She too was... Oh my god, flabber... Guessed it, of course? The victim, she ran away, but you gave chase. Kinda long testimony, I must say. Finally, there was a terrible infection. Then it was all over. Why is repeating my words? Oh my god. You've been secured as you testify. Then I'm afraid the defendant is guilty. Very well, defendant, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. It was about 9 PM. Okay, it was. Reading some papers by the window. Alright. Bedlam coming from outside. Okay. Turn to look at the building. No, that's also right. It was... Then I saw him. Well, it's definitely a contradiction, but so what? That man was none other than you. Okay. Okay, run away. Hold it. Can you be a little more detailed about that? I think it's worth knowing exactly what happened. Of course. Comprendo? I understand. The victim was attacked by you and ran to the left. So she actually ran to the right. You gave chase and struck her down. Are you sure? As you know, I'm always absolutely perfect. Perhaps you could change your testimony to reflect this new detail. Okay, make the run to the left. Now I must present this testimonial. Objection?
Objection!
That's working. Wait right there. Mr. White. You've dug your own grave. What is this? You said the victim ran to the left, but that directly contradicts Miss May's testimony. She clearly stated that the victim ran right. Oh, it is simple. Have misheard her? I think not. Look at the floor length. The killer was here, and the victim here. If the victim ran to the left, as you claim she did, she would have been running directly away from the door. She would have been running into a dead end. Don't you find that odd? Very strange. I did see her run to the left. I did. Phoenix, on his face, I don't think he's lying about this one. True. Maybe he really did see the victim run left. So he did witness the killing? Wait a second. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. Miss May says right, and Mr. White says left. Can you explain this contradiction to the court? Both are right. Both witnesses are telling for the truth, for once. I doubt it. Rather, that does not clear out the contradiction. There's one scenario that would explain the conflicting accounts. What? Obviously, the witness was not viewing the crime from the hotel. Mr. Wright, what do you mean? Yes, what do you mean? He was not viewing the crime from the hotel. If he was not in the hotel, where could he have been? And the law office of Fay & Co, of course. More specifically, he was standing here. Show the court where Mr. White was standing. Okay, show. As the killer, of course. How should I present it? Which button? How's this? But this is where he was. I actually don't like to use touchscreen. So, if you're using it, there will be fingerprints on all over it. It will be hard to look at it. Look. Look at it. When the victim ran for the door, if he was watching from this point, to him it would appear that she ran to the left. Please, there's no time for jokes in ill taste. That's where the killer was standing. Order. I will have order! Anyone disturbing the order of this courtroom will be held in contempt. Mr. Wright, what are you suggesting? Scallion? The postulations of the defense are a distortion of the truth, Your Honor. Indeed, they do seem a bit far-fetched. You provide us with so much entertainment, Mr. Lawyer. What now? He's laughing? The hilarity of the moment made me remember something. It appears I have been unclear, and for this I apologize. Mr. Your Honor, might I be allowed to testify once more? Very well, let's hear your revised testimony. Good luck. You can't fix a broken testimony, buddy. She ran to the left. Miss May's testimony was correct, as was mine. When you assaulted the girl, she first ran to the left, and then you hit her savagely. That is what I saw. Next, with the last of your strengths, she ran to the right. You chased her and delivered the final blow. That is what Miss May saw. Hold on. Huh. Still saying that it was just one single blow. There's still this glass stand. Well, but this here it seems that she dodged it, so she didn't. Okay. I don't know right now. You see, you hit her twice. Don't you remember, Mr. Lyle? It does seem to make sense. Well, it definitely contradicts that she dodged in the document, but... So what? Will you be cross-examining the witness testimony? You bet I will. I mean, yes, Your Honor. Tablet still proof anything. Let's press it, maybe. Hold it. I didn't hit anyone. No, Mr. Wright. There's no point hiding things from this court. Hiding anything. Prosecution requests that the defense refrain from interrupting the testimony. Mr. Wright, you have been warned. Why is he mad at me? So it's not this one. Hold it. What do you mean, next? Next is what comes after first. I know that. Then that is all you need to know, Mr. Lyle. As I said, she turned and made a desperate dash to the right. Hold it. Stop saying it was me. That, it was you? Mr. Wright, if you claim that it was not you, then show us proof. Can I do nothing right? Nothing? May I continue? It was Miss May's saw. Hold it. So each of you saw different parts. Also, absolutely. That's right, of course. Why did he pick up that unknown phrase? Anyway, moving along. You hit it twice. It's the last statement here. Hold it. So, were you watching both times? I suppose I was. And please excuse me for not testifying to this sooner. Listen, Phoenix. Since we got him right where we want him. He slipped. Let him laugh for now. I'll soon wipe that smile off his face. Seriously, don't know where I should do this. Hold it. What do you mean by that? That is what I'm about to explain. You Americans, So it's America, they say that. Always so impatient. It doesn't become you. So he definitely from America, but you Japanese, always so impatient. That's what was his original thing. Hey buddy, you an American too. What? You're Japanese too. When I saw the girl, she first ran to the left. Hold it. What do you mean first? First? That is what comes before what happens next. You do speak English, right? No. Please sit back, relax. I will try to use simple words for your benefit. First, she ran to the left, and then hit your cellular. Can I simply present this testimony or not? Objection. It's not working. Objection! Objection! I think I lost. Yeah, the witness statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. I'm sorry, but I can't see nothing faulty. I see faulty. It's saying Dutch here. Fortunately, I will have to penalize you, Mr. Wright. My first mistake, I must be on the wrong track. Holy shit. Okay, let me review everything from the beginning. Was correct. That was mine. Ran to the left. Hit her savagely. She ran to the right. She should deliver the final blow. Miss my son. Hit her twice. I see no contradictions. I don't like that saying the victim dodged an attack. He says that I struck her twice. It's the only contradiction I see. Was there anything? Nothing. Blow by a blind object. I see nothing here. Okay, the only that I can use that she was hit by a blunt object. Okay. This light stand, it's clock. No, this no, this no. I believe it's not working anymore. Holy shit. Hit her twice. So what do you think? He's thinking that they got him right where he won him. Wait, did he sleep? Holy shit. Maybe I'll lose this one. Okay, he might not be able to see it. Objection? I still lost. Скорее faulty. Can't see anything faulty. What they actually show there? Oh my god. Well, should I pretend it here? One more time. No. It's very complicated. It's the last of his tension and his light. Hello, Jarvo. Seriously, don't know what should I do here. One more time. Died from a blow by a blunt object. May have lived for a few minutes after being hit. Well, he was only a few minutes. Blunt object. It's just conversation. And it's not saying anything? Let's see one more time. Haven't called in a while. I want you to hold on for me. What is it this time? It's a clock. Thinker. Tells you the time. Not working right now. Put some purpose inside it instead. Leave that one up to your imagination. At 9. Oh my god. The broken remains of glass light stands, broken beyond all recognition. How can I help me here? The lock in the former statue. The clock's gears have been removed. Definitely not. Definitely not. Victim dodged an attack, then ran to the left, to the right, but she was caught and struck. So it's about dodging. Like, it's the only contradiction that I see. Why it didn't work? Mother Sam, the faint call, law office, station check button, okay. And so what? He also not supposed to see how I strike you on the left. But looks like it's not the case. Like it's not visible. It's definitely floor plans or testimony. I used testimony before. When you saw the girl should run, first run to the left. So maybe it's floor plans. Then you hit her savagely. That's what I saw. I already show it's here maybe, and there, but I'm not sure. The last of his sense, she ran to the right. You chase her, deliver the final blow. Chase her. So if she saw it, it means she was not able. She was not able to sit on the left. Oh my god, twice. It's definitely not this. At this one. Oh my god. Mr. Wright. The victim died from a single blow. It's not the same single blow, I was thinking about single blow. The game confused me. That definitely was nothing about single blow. Died from a blow, not single blow. Maybe it's bad translation. What do you have to say to that? Now's my chance to hit him where it counts. Mr. Wright, wasn't it you who told this court you were absolutely perfect? I'll refrain from using this phrase from now on. Your Honor, if you could ask the witness for a new testimony. The witness is obviously confused, Your Honor. I would like to request a 10-minute break. Yes? Yes, quite. A witness is confused because he's lying. I am how to pronounce this? Fatically request that there be no break, Your Honor. Yeah, you want justice! Don't let him get away! Very well. If the witness would care to revise his testimony, the crowd's on my side. No slipping out of this now, White. Mr. White? Okay. The two accounts. Can fail only once? No. Well, see, I looked at the other window when I heard that thing fall. Which thing? Then the next moment, I saw Miss Mia run to the left. The killer, you, attacked her, but she dodged. Now it's correct. And then she turned and ran for the door. Then you did her in with a single blow. Twap. Twap indeed. Swap? Who knows? Very well, you may begin the cross-examination. Mr. Your Honor, my stomach, you see, it's hurting. Deal with it. This is almost over. Alright. I looked at the other window when I heard that thing fall. Okay, what the heck is this thing? Hold it. You heard that thing fall? What exactly was that thing? That's the glass light stand that he could not see. Right. The one that had fallen over the sun. Phoenix! Doesn't something about that strike you as odd? Of course. Very odd. Yeah, that is odd. I'll press forward. Mr. Wright. Huh? What? You're saying you saw the glass light stand? Yes. Then change your testimony to reflect that. Sorry, my bad. The witness will revise his testimony. Okay, of course. A light stand was lying on the floor when I looked. So now I can present this. Objection! Objection! Mr. White. It was impossible for you to have seen the glass stand. What? Look at this. These are the floor plans to the stand of the murder, yes? Correct, Your Honor. Now, look. If you were to look through the window at the office, this is the area you would be able to see. Here. Well, note that the stand is not within the visible area. Well, Mr. Wright? What do you have to say to that? Ridiculous thing. Mr. White, if you were in the Gatewater Hotel, as you claim, you could not have seen the stand before it fell over. In fact, you wouldn't have been able to see it after it fell, either. There's no way you could have recognized the broken shards as a glass light stand. So, when did you see the stand, Mr. White? It must have been the moment that it fell. Wait a second, he can simply say that he also installed this device? top device, and that's why he saw this stand, why not? And the only place you could have seen that from is inside the payload office. In other words, you were at the scene of the crime when the murder took place. Mr. White? Mr. White, you did it, didn't you? Mr. Owner, I... Miss Mia. Looks like we're about to get our verdict. That's fine enough, Phoenix Wright. What? Forgot about Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, I think the time has come. Shouldn't you confess your crime now? What? I said you should confess your crime. Ergo, confess that you placed the wire top. The wire top? It's kinda obvious. Order! Mr. Ashworth, explain to the court what you mean by this. Distinguished members of the court, Mr. White is slightly confused. Allow me to explain. I don't like the way this is headed. As you know, Mr. White is CEO of Ducor. He ordered his secretary, Miss April May, to dump the law offices of Miss Fay. What does it have to do? Your Honor, the question is, when was the wiretap placed in the office, and by whom? No, you wouldn't. Mr. Wright, in order to place the wiretap, you entered Miss Fay's office. Am I correct? Correct? You are most correct, Miles. Give me a break. Yes, in order to place the wiretap, I breached the pay and call law offices. That's when I saw that accused light stand. Now we should know when exactly it's placed here. Now confused, please explain to the court what all this means, Mr. Edgeworth. Gladly, Your Honor. Mr. Phoenix Wright has made his position quite clear. He has determined that Mr. White knew the glass stand was in the office. He has shown that there was only one time Mr. White could have seen the stand, at the very moment of the murder. Thus, Mr. Wright would like you to believe that Mr. White was the murderer. I see. However, it is a fact that Mr. White had been to that office well before the murder took place. He went to place the wiretap. I think I need to move this. Close him. He could have seen the glass light stand then. Ergo, Mr. Phoenix Wright's theory is revealed for the baseless conjecture it is. Mr. Wright, you will testify to the court about this wiretap. Shiny. Ham, leave it to me. I feel faint. Hello, Coco. I already fell 3 times here. So only 2 tries left. The wiretap. It was the beginning of September, the week before the murder. Okay, so it's kinda obvious what is wrong here. I had entered the Fane Call law offices. Of course, I had done so to play the wiretap. And it's when I saw this glass light stand. Well, I will be streaming to this for how long? 1 hour, 21, 22... Okay, maybe 3 hours and 30 minutes approximately. Holy Week? What is Holy Week? Oh, it's Eastern. Indeed, forgot about this. So you saw the stand before the night of the incident. And this is how you were able to identify what had fallen over. By the sound? Correct. That is right. I see. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine. What am I supposed to do now? Good luck, Phoenix. Wait a second, it's not saying when exactly. But we don't even know what is this received, by the way. But somebody said that it was installed like recently. Holy shit. So that's the only contradiction, it wasn't here. Well, I know that it's a receipt for light stand, but it's not saying this in game. That's the question. I don't quite understand how we should figure it out that this receipt is about light stand. Oh, very strange. Okay, let me check his words. Under the office. This word up. So this glass light stand that definitely wasn't here. There's nothing there for me to press him on. Well, maybe he's rotted enough that I can bluff something out of him. Okay, let's just press it. Hold it. We have proof. Miss April May knew the details of Miss Faye's phone conversation. This proves that the wiretap was placed before the murder. Right. Hold it. Was it really you that went into the office? Or was it Miss May? Unidentified fingerprints several days old were found in the Fane Co. law offices. Those were obviously Mr. Wright's. And if I know Edgeworth, he's already run a check on those prints. Now, Mr. Wright, tell us why you went to the Fane Co. law offices. And done so to place the verdict. Hold it. Why did you tap Mia's phone? This has no bearing on the current case, Your Honor. LeCorp is a detective agency of sorts. We have a responsibility to protect client confidentiality. So when I saw this glass light stand, he cannot see it. Hold it. Why did you notice something as Hold on, what is this word? Innocuous something. As a light stand. The light stand was made entirely out of glass. It was quite stylish, so I guess it made a lasting impression on me. Such beautiful scene deserves attention, does it not? That is all. Damn it. There's nothing there for me to press him on. Okay, it's definitely a receipt, but so, time when he actually was here is correct. He had entered it. He placed it. Oh, don't tell me I've run out of armor. Wait a second, I just needed to continue doing this. Q in a queues. So, I was not able to show this receipt because we don't know if it's about light stand. I'm afraid that's as far as you go, Mr. Wright. The time has come for you to admit your defeat. You fought honorably. Oh, I lost. No more. I can't take this anymore. I can't take this anymore. Mr. Wright, are you giving up? Yes, Your Honor. Phoenix. Huh? Phoenix, over here. I know that voice. Mia? Well, I also knew that it's definitely a receipt for this light stand, but here the game is not saying that this receipt is about light stand, and there was another mistake here in the game, because in the autopsy record here, it's not saying that it's single blow, just saying from a blow. There can be several blows, not just single one. So I believe it's just bad translation. Never give up, Phoenix. Mia? Where am I? The waiting lobby? What happened? Right, I lost the trial. I was hallucinating. You finally awake. Or not. Hey, Phoenix! There's no way to greet an old friend. Phoenix, I want you to look at me. Not super old me. Hello, Beiraba. You're Maya? Didn't you know the Fey women have strong psychic powers? When you accepted your defeat in court, it appears that was enough of a shock to awaken Maya's true powers. So, Maya's channeling you, Mia? That's right. I'm Maya, but I'm also Mia. Now, I want you to listen to me, Phoenix. Maya never gave up. You can't either. That's what I came here to tell you. What? We don't have much time, Phoenix. Now listen. You already won. Huh? You have that receipt in the court record, right? Yeah, the one you wrote Maya on? Phoenix. Wright wrote that, not me. So what do I do with it? Look at the front of the receipt. Mamma mia? The front? It's a regular receipt? Looks like it's from a famous department store. $1,000, wow, big spender. Item? Glass light stand. Date of purchase? September 4th. September 4th. That's right, Phoenix. I bought the stand the day before I was killed. Ah. Now, what did Mr. White say in his testimony? It was the beginning of September, the week before the murder. Said he saw the stand the week before the murder. There you go. I think the court is about to reconvene. Go do it, Phoenix. You know you're innocent, now you just have to prove it. Right. Okay, it was updated finally. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Mr. Phoenix Wright. Is the defendant was Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Yes, sorry, Honor. I'm fine now. Then let's start where we left off. How's he moving this finger? Like something like this, Your Honor? There's nothing to go back to. The cross-examination of Mr. White is finished. All that is required now is for you to pass judgment on the defendant Phoenix Wright. Your Honor, please give me one more chance. I promise you, this is the last time I'll ask you. But as Mr. Edgeworth has noted, the trial is more or less finished. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have an opinion on this matter? I see. Let us give Mr. Phoenix Wright his last chance. Very well. You may begin your cross-examination. Kratos? When I remember him, he didn't have any bird. Okay, should present it here. Objection! Look closely at this. See the word Maya written in blood? You grasp it. I think not. Look at the other side of the receipt. The other side? Your Honor, would you tell the court what is written on the other side of that receipt? Well, a glass light stand. And the date of purchase? Why, that's the day before the murder. You see? Mr. Wright, when you allegedly entered Fay & Co. law offices at the beginning of September, the stand could not have been there. Too many flashes. Well, Mr. White, can't get out of this one, can you? No, it's impossible. He's losing it. Well, Your Honor, I understand there must be quite a bit of pressure on you. Dramatic flash effects. But I think you agree. You can't judge me guilty under these circumstances. Very well. Then, that is all for the trial of... Objection! No way. Not so fast. Phoenix Wright. What? No way can he worm his way out of this one. Oh, wait, I forgot. It's Edgeworth. There's a certain threat of logic to the defendant's claims. However, there's no concrete proof that Phoenix Wright is innocent. What is left here? The shards? I didn't use them. Ergo, I would like to request one more day before Phoenix Wright is granted his freedom. What? What's another day? I need time to make one more inquiry into this matter. This inquiry? This isn't going to be another one of those updated autopsy reports. This guy just makes up evidence as he pleases. But object. Mr. White's guilt is obvious. There's no need to prolong this trial any further. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, if anyone is going to call Mr. White to trial, it would be me, the prosecution. I need to ascertain whether your claims have any basis in factual evidence. I see. Objection denied. What? The completion of the trial of Mr. Phoenix Wright will be postponed until tomorrow. What's so long? There's no telling what will happen if I can't end this now. Yours should come up with just make up something. And after Mia showed up to help me and all. Mr. Your Honor, may I go home? Of course. Thank you for your time. The witness will stay. Mia? Phoenix. Read this note out loud. Yeah, what's this? A new document? Your Honor, if I may. A list of people's names in Mia's handwriting. Let's say, how old is he? 39. You're quite persistent today, Mr. Wright. but I am. My life is riding on this one. Have something I would like to read to the court. Take that. It's not working. Take that. Take that. Okay, let's use it as you. Take that? Okay, next time. The memo Mia had given me was a list of names. Many of them sounded strangely familiar. People in finance, famous celebrities. That's when it happened. Stop! Desist! Halt! Take 5. Hey, stop! Make him stop! How did you get that list? Mr. Wright, admit your guilt right here or right now. Or else, this list will be released to the press. I confess. I confess. I did it. I hit her. Hit Miss Mia with the sinker. Case closed, Your Honor. Well, I see no reason to continue this trial. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. You've done it again? That was quite a spirited defense. Yes, Your Honor. As you could say that, only you knew how spirited it was. Thank you, Jim. Well, this court finds the defense, rather the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, not guilty. That's all. The court is adjourned. Well, I never thought I'll be saying this again. But, congratulations, you're lucky. I was born a fake. I'm lucky I had both you and Maya on my side. Glad you made it. Thank you, Phoenix. You risked a lot to help me, and Maya. Don't forget it as long as I live. As long as you live? My time here is running out. Huh? My powers are still weak. Can't stay here that long. What? No, that's still so much to say. Don't worry. I'm sure we'll meet again. Chief. I'm not the chief anymore. Phoenix, can you come to the office tonight? Say 9 o'clock. The office? I'll see you later. Yeah. Being here, it's hard not to think about that night. X instead of mullet? You came. Mia? I was kinda worried you might not. Huh? Of course I came. Well then. I'm pretty hungry. How about a burger? Mia? Should see your face. What are you talking about? It's me, Maya. Maya? What? You look like my sister? Look like you were here. I might be able to use it. Phoenix, go to the store and buy me lunch, would you? Maya, why are you here? Because of this? See? Mia wrote me a letter. Take care of Phoenix for me. Take care of... Huh? She means the office, this office. Someone has to help with the new Wright & Co. law offices, right? And who better but me? My Faye, reporting for duty. Wait, no. On second thought, let's make this casual. Yonik, my here, ready to get down to business. You don't mind me calling you Nick, do you? It's a great name. Mia said that's what your friend Larry calls you. His name is Ryosuke, right? Maybe Ryo? You know what this means? We are partners. You know, when I think about it, it's my fault I'm here now. But if it wasn't for you, I'll probably be in jail. Ryuchi? Ryuchi? Wright & Co. Law Offices. It's good. It's got a good ring to it. I believe there's supposed to be double. I mean, Ryuchi. Not just Ryuchi. Thanks, Maya. Need to check how it will be in Hiragana. Good luck, Phoenix. I'll always be here, watching. Right, okay, Nick, let's do it. Do what? Burgers, Damian, burgers. It's supposed to be sushi, maybe? I don't know. It's a great burger joint just down the street. Also, who's eating burgers in America? They eating steaks. Burgers is McDonald's. Come on. Time's a wasting. Okay, wait up. The end. How many cases here? 5? In this version? Samurai. Save, of course. So if you want to see the full background, just need to finish the episode, and after this you'll be able to see it. If it was possible to remove this text below, but okay. Alright, Samurai. You have disgraced me for the last time. The pale moon in the sky cries for your blood. I forgot the type of movies. The moon? Well, it's you who should gaze upon the moon, for it will be the last moon you'll ever see. Starting from T something. How's I forgotten? See you in hell, evil someone. Various swords gleam and strike in the moonlight. One has fallen, but who? Only the moon knows. Don't miss next week's exciting episode. The Dark Messenger returns. I was watching only Kamen Rider. Movies. Series. But how's it cooling? All these shows I constantly forgetting. Hold on. Tankin something. You'll never remember. It is cooling, hold on. What? Tokusatsu. The type of such series, when there's masked hero, etc. Tokusatsu. So, still Samurai, Kamen Riders, Space Police, Power Rangers, which is Super Sentai. All this genre. That rocked. See you in hell, evil magistrate. Stop waving that broom around. Oh, Nick. I didn't know you were here. Of course I'm here. It was that serial show you were watching. What? Nick, you mean you don't know the Still Samurai? He's only the most popular TV hero for young people. So this TV hero changes every single September. Each year there's a new, season, and it's totally different character usually. Young? Like how young? Might be only even not human. 10 years old? Then, what the heck are you doing? Getting all excited. I'm only 17. That's 17. See? It's a 10. Not like you. Nick. Hey, don't talk to me like I'm your grandpa or something. I'm only 24 myself. And watch it with me. It's really cool and it's really popular. and they asked grade school kids what they wanted to be, still samurai was number one. I worry about kids these days. Gross. Well, the still samurai is over. I guess it's time to close up the office. I guess. Wish we had some clients. Months has passed since my trial. Yes, murder was the talk of the town for some time, but no one paid any attention to the Wright & Co. law offices. How am I going to pay the rent this month? Well, you're supposed to find the clients yourself, not wait for them. Whistle? It's not a whistle, it's a... how should I say it? An aborn child or something. So, embryo. Magatama. Indeed. And I'll be a king. I'm sure some big client is just around the corner. Bedroom? I'll see the bedroom. Hello? This is Phoenix. Nick! What? Still early. It's the still samurai! The still samurai got arrested! Huh? You mean the guy on the show? Yes! He's saying that the still samurai killed a villain. Isn't that what he's supposed to do? Yeah, on TV. No, I mean, he actually did it in real life. He scored the villain with his samurai spear. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Just come to the office, quick! Please, Nick. So, we will not be able to see his bedroom. Maya is here, watching television. Now for the morning news. The actor, Will Powers, was arrested yesterday. Powers playing the lead role in the popular kids show The Still Samurai, Warrior of Near Old Tokyo. He was arrested on suspicion of murder. The victim was Jack Hammer, who plays the villain known as the Evil Magistrate. His body was found still inside the Evil Magistrate costume. The samurai spear was also found stuck through the body. Police believe this was a murder weapon and are investigating for them. This has to be a joke. No, it's a nightmare. The still samurai is over. The world is over. Yes, Wright & Co. law offices. Usually the actor who is playing inside the costume and outside of it are two different people, but maybe in this series there was only a costume, nothing else. What? Nick? It's a still samurai. What? Yes, of course, we'll be right there. Let's go, Nick. Go? Go where? They have the still samurai down in detention. So what? So decided, this will be our first case. I can't even examine it. It doesn't examine it, it's all the same. What do we have in the car? Records. So they're old? 24 years old? I thought that detective is our age. Alright. And it is. We don't have enough information to make a case yet. Just admit it. You don't have a clue what happened. No, we just don't have enough information. Well, what should we do? What should we do? How can you just sit there like that? You have to get down to the detention center and meet the still samurai. Does she want to investigate this case or just do some sightseeing, I wonder? The money's on sightseeing. So, for Game Boy Advance, only 3 first cases were translated. The last one, number 4. And the fifth one is just fanfic, I believe, for DS. So it might be the last one will be not interesting at all. But anyway. What's wrong, Maya? It's him. In the flesh. Is that guy really him? Maya's enthusiasm is saying you're in the case. Does you like it or not? She doesn't like it already. And Wright is indifferent, maybe. What do you mean, that guy? Of course it's him. Neil Powers? Our client? That's him? Maybe I shouldn't be saying this. But he definitely did it. Murder, at least once, maybe twice. Oh, what are you saying? Yes? Something wrong? No? No. He's getting off to a great start. Sega Carnival? No, you're disappointed, aren't you? And what is your estimation for the Carnival? Disappointed? No. Also the streams? No, it's okay. This is the real me. When I got the part of Steel Samurai with that mask, I decided I would never show my face in public until the job was over. The kids, you know, I didn't want to wreck their dreams. I guess it didn't matter. So much for dreams. I wonder what they think of the Steel Samurai now. Nick, what? He's a good guy. I mean, he's good. Yeah? He didn't do it. Let's present our badge. Here. I see. Let me guess, this guy wasn't the top student in improv class? What is improv class? They have this improv class in America? Never heard about this. Of course I can examine him. The Steel Samurai. Maybe you could explain to me just what the Steel Samurai is. Nick, how could you say such a thing? See you go, Kyle. Definitely will not finish this case today. Tuesday? It was yesterday. I'm sorry, sir. I apologize to my partner. He's new to this and a bit out of touch with the world. Who's new to this? No, it's alright. Really. The Steel Samurai is the lead character in a popular kids show. He walks the streets of near-old Tokyo, fighting battle after battle against the evil magistrate and his minions. Of course, he never really defeats the evil magistrate. Also, I guess he did defeat him this time. I see. Near old Tokyo? Who comes up with these names? Maybe you could start by telling us what happened? Yes, of course. It seems like it was only yesterday. Actually, it was only yesterday. The cast had come down to Global Studios for run-through. Went through a few action sequences at 10 that morning. There was a rehearsal scheduled for 5 in the afternoon. Why not say 17? But when 17 came around and the staff gathered at the studio, the evil magistrate was found lying in a crumpled heap near the set. Oh, that was Raincoat. They took off his mask. Alright. and discovered that it was Jack Hammer. Dead. But is that who else could it be? Had been expertly skewered with the samurai spear. Samurai spear? Yes, it's a long spear, but the still samurai uses as a weapon. Power's alibi? Now, where were you on the day of the murder? Well, that morning I came to studio at 9. We worked through some action scenes until noon. Who is constantly standing in the back? Rehearsal was to begin at 17, but I was a little tired. So after lunch, I took a nap in my dressing room. When I woke up, it was after 5. I was late for the rehearsal. I hurried to the studio and found everyone looking shocked. They arrested me on the spot and brought me here. So he was sleeping the entire afternoon of the murder. Some action here. What will the kids think? Wait a second. Wait a second. In America there were no series about action heroes in the masks. Isn't it? Oh, no, there was something like Rocketeer. Maybe. I think I should probably check out the scene of the murder. Right, Global Studios. I'll draw you a map. Nick, let's go. I'm willing to bet $10. She asked for autographs. Okay, let's go. Whoa, so this is where they make the Steel Samurai show? Awesome! Aren't you excited? Hey, you there! You want in? You gotta go through me! Sorry? We are lawyers? Oh yeah? Well, that's great! I'm security! Typical security. You thought it's some old-fashioned DOS game, but no, it's Sonic! Rage Cat. And it's my job to make sure that gawkers like you stay out. Gawker? What the heck is this word? Sitzers, tourists. I know the type. You heard about the incident and came to snoop around. Yesterday, something. What? How am I supposed to read all of this if it's going so fast? It's in. I can check on in the word here. What's wrong with those games? Well, nothing wrong. Nick, will I grow up to be like hell? Please say no. I don't know, it's possible. Hey, listen when you're being spoken to yesterday. Let's present here my badge. Evil? Well, I must say that I almost didn't play those games. On the streams only like Doom, Wolfenstein, and what was this? Oh my god. Heretic? Something. What's that? You giving that to me? Absolutely not. Okay, it's not working. Willpowers. Can you tell me about Mr. Willpowers? He's not a bad cat, but don't be fooled by his mask. You wouldn't want him on the silver screen without it, believe me. Little old ladies watching would lose their lunch. That's probably why he saw that the Steel Samurai was his big chance. No one thought he was capable of doing what he did to poor Jack Hammer. We don't know for certain that Will Powers is guilty. Powers? Of course he's guilty. How do I know? I know everything. That's my job. why you so certain Mr. Powers is the killer? I was standing right here yesterday. I was here from 1, I believe, p.m. in the afternoon to 5, when they found the body. Now the studio where the murder took place is to the left here. So if you want to go to the studio, you have to pass by me. Only one person went by here between 1 and 2:30. The moment took place. It was still samurai, obviously in the mask. So it cannot be Powers. Let's see. And the person was Mr. Powers. Yes, I saw him. But Mr. Powers says he was sleeping in his dressing room. I'm sure he would say that. He's no fool. But he was the only one that walked by. He's the killer. You can bet your biscuits on it. So, what do you do here at the studios? At Global Studios, we make children's dreams come true. In fact, in my younger days... No US star? Only a little twinkle between the stars here, I'm afraid. Wow. This place has really gone downhill, you know? But 10 years ago, now that was a studio of dreams. Hammer was a big star back then too, he was. Hammer? The victim, Tommy. The evil magistrate. He's been reduced to playing villains now. Not exactly the best material to work with. What kind of person was Jack Hammer? What kind of person? Oh, if you only knew! Jack Hammer will live on in many hearts as the ultimate action hero. Was simply dashing in the Dynamite Samurai series. Should I have heard of that? But there was an accident during filming 5 years ago. I got an unlucky break after that, due to playing the villain on the children's program. What's more, I heard they were paying him peanuts. It's enough to make you cry. I don't know what this expression means, but again. Isn't it about time for you to be heading home? There's nothing to see here. Move along. Actually, we're here at Mr. Powers' request. I thought you were suspicious looking. Show me a letter of request, and maybe I'll just let you in. Study here thinks she owns this place, obviously. We can simply move here. It's nothing to examine, isn't it? Looks like a studio one. They probably use it to carry around film equipment. Computer that runs the studio security cameras. Hey, no touching! Look at this animation. I think you'll move. Here. Hello? How about the studio? I all think I did it, don't they? No, not at all. Isn't that right, Nick? Right, not at all. At worst, you're a suspect. Upon the security guard at the main gate to the studio. Security lady? She's terrible. She called me suspicious looking. Yes, actually, she's saying the same thing to me before. Take off that mask. Well, he works, I believe. She sucks up to all the bigwigs at the studio. But like you see, you stumble once and she'll never let up on you. She's got some nerve. Do you think you could write up a letter formally requesting my representation? Of course. No. Just how this will get me past that security later. Let's see. Probably will Powers request for an attorney. Okay. Alibi. Mr. Powers, you aren't hiding anything from me, are you? What? No, I never do that. Just now you said that you were sleeping in your dressing room after lunch. Yes, like a baby. But the security lady said she saw you that day. She says she saw you heading towards the scene of the crime. What? It's not possible. I really don't know what to say about sleeping, I promise. Mr. Powers, if you want me to help you, you have to tell me the truth. I'm new to this lawyer business and I need every advantage I can get. I know. I'm sorry. But I swear to you, my mama's grave, I was sleeping. Maybe the security lady only thought she saw me? What did she see? It doesn't seem to be lying. Okay, let's move. Take that. Ma'am, have a look at this. It's a letter of request from Mr. Powers. Yes, I recognize the bold, childish scroll. The Powers request. Oh, gave Powers request to security lady. To think he would entrust his fate to use of such unreliable appearance? Really? Really? Anyway, you may pass. But only left from here towards the studios. No going to the right. That's the in-player area. No one allowed inside, Paul. They're my instructions. The good detective told me himself. Hey, Nick. Huh? There were mobs in the security guard station. Hey, not bad. So, hold on, where he was sleeping actually? They found body in the studio? Huh. Those are 50 cents a piece. Thank you. Well, time to go, Nick. 50 cents! I need to review this. Alright, dressing room. So supposed to go to the right because left area is closed to what? Why studio 1, not 2? What the heck is this? Hey, aren't you that murderer from the other day? It's that confused detective. Well, you know Prosecutor Edgeworth is all upset and it's your fault. I saw him sipping tea and staring gloomily out the window. So... if he's depressed, it's all your fault for doing sloppy detective work. Detective? I think you hurt his feelings. No, I'm sorry. Well, I think his feelings are easily hurt. You're right, Paul. It's all my fault. Can blame other people all I want, but I know the truth in my heart. Hey, don't take it so hard. There's always the next case that you'll fail. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Hey, what exactly are you two doing here? Well, we own this case too, Paul. Hey, you can't just go St. Paul like that. That's my enduring character trait. I'd say he's a character, alright. First of all, I'll check this. There's a camera here. A security camera. It takes photos of people going to the studio. All I have to do is look at the data, and you can see who went where. The number plate on the camera is T1307. Must be the camera's ID number. What is this? Studio's mascot. I guess it's a monkey of some kind. I have zero idea what the heck is this. But what kind of monkey has a nose like that? He's holding a sign in his hand. Right. To Studio 1, left to Studio 2. Resolution is so low that I don't know. Let's stop with that thing. Okay, now it's bigger. Looks kind of busted. Ah, so its head was removed or what? The wind was pretty strong yesterday and the head broke off. It took the tree down with it too. Okay, it's kinda important, I think. And where's the tree? Where's the tree? I'm a little bushed. Maybe I'll take a short rest now. Hey, good idea, Val. Detective, and you on the case? Well, yeah, but his detectives get tired of standing around too, Paul. The gumshoe. What's down the path to the left? Looks like a tree fell down all the path. Oh, now I see the tree. Oh yeah, that way is kind of dangerous. You should stay out, Paul. There's nothing down there anyway. It's where Studio 2 used to be, they tell me. I don't use it now, though. The entrance to Studio 1. This is the studio where they found Jack Hammer's body. Let's go in and check it out then. Hey, it's locked. Looks like you need a card key to get in. It makes sense that they would want to keep their non-in-place out. Okay, we're supposed to get it. About the security lady. Oh, that sweet old lady, what a shower. Huh? Are you talking about the same person? When I showed her my badge, she gave me a donut and some coffee. Remember what Powers said? She's a sucker for authority. Respect my authority. She even gave me a piece of valuable evidence. What? And what is this evidence? What kind of evidence? Well, there's a photo. The photo of the still samurai heading toward the scene of the crime. What? Who took that? Send the camera up on that gate, Paul. The gate? You mean the one with the welcome sign? Yeah, whenever someone walks by, the camera automatically snaps a photo of them. Should snap a video, not just photo. Oh no. Nick. Yes, evidence. Finished. It's evidence of someone in the costume. Exactly our client. Funny, for someone with hard proof, he doesn't look too happy. Why was Mr. Powers arrested? Simple, Paul. The murder took place right over there in Studio 1. Now the victim enters Studio 1 at approximately 1 PM. I see no proofs about this. At that time there was no one other than the victim in the studio. Oh, is he supposed to have another photo? On the autopsy report, the time of death was 2:30. Only one person went to the studio between 1 and 2:30. But it was still Samurai, not him. And the person was none other than Will Powers. No one else, Paul. If you think of I'm lying, ask the security lady at the main gate. Because she's lying. Actually, no, he is lying. She said it was still Samurai as well. So, she's not lying, but detective is. Because it's true. Anyone would think that Powers did it with that kind of evidence. Thanks for cheering me up. So, how's your investigation going, detective? Well, it's... I can't tell you that, Paul. Hey, maybe you need to be a little more indirect with your questions? Right, so, detective, mind if I take a look at what you got? What I got? The autopsy report is the latest version, if you please. Right. Sorry about what happened last time, Paul. Customers read it. What's wrong, Paul? You seem down. Now this. October 15th, at 2 soda, pierced through the chest by a squirrel. Soda 7. Victim from a big-name action star. Security guard at Global Studios claims she saw Powers head into the stand. She said it's still Samurai, not Powers. Come on. Okay. And what was the matter? Don't look so happy when you say that. We'd like to ask the employees here some questions. Sure, simple. Go wherever you like. Of course, you're not going to find any clues I haven't already found. And that someone around here seems to be enjoying themselves. Nick, let's go. We got a free pass to the place. Now's our chance to check things out. Detective, see this? It's my attorney's badge. Don't you think it's a little sad when you have to explain what your badge means, Paul? Real man, show the PD badge, and that's that. Police department? I mean, the design of my badge leaves a lot to be desired. Maybe it should just be a big L for lawyers? I'm not so sure about it. Can I just move? Only to the main gate? Nick, look! Security ladies in the guard station stuffing her face with donuts! Guess all cops like their donuts. But she's not fat. Yeah, they're soft enough. She doesn't need teeth to chew them. But she has teeth. Hey, you! Well, are you satisfied Powers is guilty yet? She had to make my life harder by giving that photo detective gun show. Mr. Hammer. Was the victim Mr. Hammer a popular actor? Oh, he was the biggest star in the studio. Was? Past tense? Oh yeah! He was great as a bearded samurai. That too, yes. He's shown the brightest back in the day. Making a star like him play the evil magistrate. It's a disgrace, I tell you. Hammer took it pretty hard, and who can blame him? This guard station is in a central position. No matter where you go here, you pass by my station first. Now poor Hammer, he went to the studio just before 1. The murder happened right around 2:30, see? And only one I seen go through here. Now she's saying it's Powers. It was Powers himself. Security camera got a good look at him too. He's not the one. What did it? Who did it, maybe? I don't know who it is. Maybe it was you? Good one, Sonny. She thinks I was joking. Why didn't you tell us about the security photo, ma'am? All that? I just thought it would be more thrilling to talk with the detective himself. He seems important, you know? Just to the left from here is the gate with the camera that took that photo. It's my job to check the photos every day, you see? About the security camera. Oh yes, the camera. It's automatic. It can tell when someone walks through the gate, see? Then it snaps a photo. Apparently, it records the time when it takes a picture too. But I don't browse myself with those details. Just view all the photos on the computer or in the security guard station. Check them every day before going home, I do. I'm more than sure that in zeros when this game was created, nobody was using photo cameras, it was video with snapshots. Kinda that's all. Not that. Give me that to me? Absolutely not. Okay, nothing here at all. So, what can I do? Already check this. She put my cap on. Look like a Joker? She is the Joker, as you can see. Maybe I should move somewhere. Oh, employee area. We're going to the right. So it's like we're not allowed here. What is Studio 2? Let's see. Nick, this is where they do all the behind the scenes stuff. Hey look, there's Power's dressing room. No one's here this soon. After the murder, I guess. Let's take a look around. Where's the music? Also, you can change the camera here. But, to the dressing room. How should I, it's L. My bad. Forgot about this. Forget it. Alright, what's here? Door to the dressing room. It's not locked. Hey Nick, let's take a look inside. Maybe you can find something as a souvenir. What do you mean, find? You never know, there might be something like the samurai spear. Don't get a spear. That's a murder weapon by Karen out loud, crying. What about this? Let's see. Cola, candy, chips, gum. So, normal? I was thinking some cool fam snacks or something. Popcorn at least. Wait, look! Samurai soda! Hey, try this. Ladies first. Hold on. Need to check this map one more time. So, from dressing room. Is there any window inside? I don't know. That must be the storage room. It's where they keep all the film equipment. Oh, Nick, you know a lot about the industry. What else would they keep in the film studio? I kinda don't quite understand. Hold on, must check one more time. So, dressing room is here. But what is this corridor down there? It's not the entrance. Did they mirror something here? Don't quite understand. States that entrance is behind us. This map is not good. I'm telling you. Okay, what is this? Metal grate on the drain here has been taken off. It's a pretty big drain. A kid could fit through there, I bet. Yeah, if you snuck in that way, you wouldn't have to pay the gate. Well, if you want to live that way, be my guest. Right? Huh? Hey, I'm not a kid! What about bicycle? It's like one of those electric-powered bicycles that burn a lot. I don't know about this. I mean, what's the point? It makes it a lot easier to go up hills. Don't people cycle to get exercise? Of course they are. The half-finished backdrop for a stage here. But just half-finished. Looks like a castle. Only now old Tokyo castle. Forklift. Okay, did read this. Let's check the table. The remains of yesterday's lunch are scattered around. Everyone was probably too shocked to clean up. A T-bone. T-bone? On one of the plates, minus the steak. Well, at least it's not burger. T-bone steak, that would have hit the spot. Just had a burger. Yeah, but I have a second stomach just for steaks. What? And it. Totally the same. Alright, let's go into the room. Power's dressing room. So, this is where he was sleeping? Or at least, this is where he claims he was sleeping. Stomach, stomach. Hit, hit. No one actually saw him taking a nap here, did they? Right, and there's a picture of him near the crime scene. How he's telling the truth for his sake. Okay. What is this? There's a vast array of cosmetics here. Oh. This is the big key used in Samurai Boogie Woogie? Try this on. No. How can you tell the name of show just by looking at the wig? I'm kinda like samurai movies. Kinda? This must be Power's bag. Hey, don't open that. Look, an employee card key. It must be Power's. Say Studio One. Let's take it, Nick. Borrow it. You mean borrow? I don't care. Okay, for studio in place. Okay, maybe that's all here, but let's check this. Looks like someone was sleeping here. Maybe Powers did take a nap here yesterday. And that's all? What about the food? There's a bunch of snacks on the table. They must give this to the employees. Some tea and cookies. I'm hungry. Just had a burger. Yeah, but I have a separate stomach for sweets. How many stomachs does this girl have? Time to move, I believe. Need to move twice. 3 times. Should I examine this gate? This is the one. This is the studio where they found Jack Hammer's body. Let's go in and check it out, Nick. Sometimes this card key we borrowed from the dressing room will work. It opened. Alright, we're in. Just way too happy for someone visiting a crime scene. Game no music. What is it? You're real quiet all of a sudden. Doesn't give you the shivers, Nick? That white tape, it's so real. Nobody using this white tape, isn't it? Well, the evil magistrate did die here. And the still samurai killed him. The mortal weapon was a samurai spear. Sounds pretty real to me. Yeah, there's 3 numbers here. The outlines where Jack Hammer's body laying with tape. His body was found still inside the evil magistrate costume. As it's why the head parts look like a helmet. Looks like. Unexpected sparrow stabbing would leave at least a few bloodstains. Because the costume must have absorbed most of it. Oh, look at that camera! It must cost a ton. Yeah, so don't touch it. It's heavier than I thought. Yo, no touching that! This is the killer, for sure. Sorry, my partner is kind of, you know. You know? No, I don't know. Who are you? Tony? I'm an assistant here. Help with props and stuff, moving them around, ordering new ones, etc. We are lawyers representing Mr. Willpowers. Oh, you... VP people? What? WLP? Oh, wheel powers. WLP, I get it. I don't envy you guys one bit. But do you what you can for we oh my god. WLP, okay. What was this phrase? Do what you can. Oh, do what you can. It never hurt a fly. He has to be innocent. Don't worry, leave it to us. There's nothing to check here. Except maybe some script. Hey, look! That's a chair the director sits in. Always wanted to sit in one of these. Hey Nick, take a look at that. One of those black and white boards they slap. Oh, it's a board. They clap at the start of filming. And look, a megaphone, a real life megaphone. Ready, Nick? Action? Still is more trouble than I thought. Maybe nothing else. Oh, let's see the time. 9 PM? So 2 more hours, I think. Be right back. What, cookies? Well, just added some water in my coffee. So it's more water than coffee now. Alright. Let's see. What should tell me? There's a crime or willpowers? Let's see. Do you know that Mr. Powers was sleeping in his room? No, I wouldn't go in there unless I had some urgent message for him. I mean, it's his private. What kind of a girl do you think I am? What kind? No, I'm sure you're a fine girl. I'm sorry. So much for getting a confirmation of Powers' alibi. Could you tell me anything about the day of the murder? Yes, I was in the studio the whole day. I was the only assistant on staff that day, you see? Only one assistant? Yes, well, the studios aren't doing so well right now. And yesterday was only a rehearsal for our action sequences. I see. Neat. In the morning, we went through the action sequences in the in-play area. Wait a second, as far as I know, they're using plastic spurs, not the real one. WP and the hammer. Just hammer. We're there, along with everyone else. The in-play area, that's where Powers' dressing room is, right? Yes, that's the place. After eating lunch there, Mr. Hammer went to Studio 1. This is security guard. Who is on the back? Then I saw WP go into his dressing room. But I didn't see either of them after that. What do you think? Haven't found anything. If WP... It's WP. The stick was poisoned. Stick? Was the only one who came to the studio? Then he was to be the killer. They even have a photograph. Photographs that we still don't have. First through the chest again. Sorry, I know you're busy. Not really. Actually, there's been something bothering me. Aha! That's what I'm talking about. A clue, a lead. Well, I don't know about that, but that day, just after noon, I sensed someone was here. You sensed? Yes, several times. Some other studio in place, maybe? No, I don't think so. The only thing we had scheduled was an action scene run through. I was the only assistant here that day. I have a feeling it was someone from outside? Really? But wait, if someone had come in here, wouldn't that security lady have noticed them? Yeah, you're right. Well, it's supposed to be a kid. I'm sorry. I don't have any better information than that. No thanks, that helps us a lot. Anything helps. Let's go put the security lady on the spot. Well, if he uses ventilation, she'll never see anybody. Sensing someone. So, you sensed that someone other than the regular film crew was in the studio? Yes, I think. I think doesn't cut it with in a witness testimony. What about that security lady? If someone else came to the studio, she must have seen them. No, not must. Should, but not must. But okay, let's move to her. The game wants this. What? You're still here? Really? You look as though you've seen a ghost. What? I saw the suspicious look on your face. I wanted to ask you again about yesterday. You came here at 1 p.m., correct? And the estimated time of Hammer's death was 2:30. Are you sure that Powers was the only one to go through here between those times? Sure as can be. But we have a witness who thinks there was someone from outside here that day. What? Are you absolutely sure you were here watching the whole time? Ma'am? Who was it? Who told you that? Who dares question me? Right, you better tell me, and tell me quick, you spiky hurts. Great. Mrs. Joker. Someone's been complaining about their work. I do, huh? You were just talking to the assistant in Studio 1. Sure, she's not even a full-time employee. Oh, you youngins. Oh, unreadable. You can read it yourself. She left. Well, Nick, this is our chance to do what we can without her looking over our shoulders. Like, picture? I really want to sleep now. It's because I didn't stream yesterday, but actually I get up today too early, like 2.5 hours earlier than I should. Now I want to sleep. That's why I didn't stream yesterday, because I need to get up earlier. So it's just 9 p.m. I want to sleep. Can't believe this. The computer that runs the studio security cameras. Nick, maybe you can see that photo of Powers with this computer. Berries growing on your head? Yeah, maybe. Should I try the computer? Leave it alone. Of course, try it! Okay, let's give it a try. You know how to work these things? But of course! Looks like I just have to enter in a few numbers. Let's see, first I need the date of the murder. Looks like the camera turned on at 1 p.m. that day. By the way, on the internet there's a lot of security cameras that are available by IP, and usually the login and password are standard. And there was websites where they post these IPs and how to actually enter and check the cameras. And I spent like, it was maybe 8 years ago, spent a lot of time watching the security cameras on many fabrics and other stuff. That's really interesting, watching like people working without knowing that you're watching them. Especially that guards don't know that you're doing this. Alright, 1 p.m. It was when the security lady arrived at the guard station. I'm more than sure that was 13. It's very special, but I'm not sure. Number security camera, I forgot the number, but maybe it's 307. There, enter it. He printed out the date of the date. Berries. Let's see what we got. So, it's a costume. And as far as I can see, the height is pretty low, right? So, I believe it was an assistant inside of this costume. How is this a picture of Will Powers? Well, he's the one who always wears that suit. I guess that's why the security lady saw that was him. I don't imagine the detective was very happy with this photo as evidence. Something's printed on the back. October 15, 2 p.m. Photo number 2. What does it mean? Is there more photo data from that day? No, but it's the only one in the computer. It was deleted. Hey Nick, can I use this photo as evidence for the trial? First of all, there must be a second, third photo here of Powers who returned back, right? Yeah. Yeah? You put the security lady in her place with this. Right? You put her in her place. Wonder what were the other two. They cannot check now, right? Hey, that's what I said. Anyway, let's show her this photo and see what she says. Wait, let's not. Why not? It's never a good idea to reveal your hand to the enemy too soon. You're craftier than I gave you credit for. Why? Could be the next evil magistrate. Yeah, why do I have to be the villain? Relax, it was just a joke, so... Are we done for the day? I think this photo is what we needed for the trial. Still, it'd be better if we had some idea who the real killer was. Will it release the security lady? I think that's assistant. To be continued. Right now, please. Number 4 now. So it was 2, 1, now 4, I still have 3. The court is now in session, and say totally the same, if there was like different background or something. In session for the trial of Mr. Will Powers. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Very well. Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement, please. Well, the best part is obviously the court. The prosecution will show the court at 2:30 p.m. on October 15th that defendant Mr. Will Powers killed fellow actor Jack Hammer at Studio One of Global Studios. And it's impossible for anyone else to have committed this heinous crime with you. The evidence presented during the trial will all point to this fact. I see. Oh, very well. I would like to move on to your testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution may call its first witness. First, I would like to call a familiar face, Detective Gumshoe, to the stand. Detective, if you would briefly describe this case to the court. Yes, sir. Explain with the guide map here. To understand this case, it's important to grasp the layout of the studio. See? This here is the in-play area. The actors did a run-through of their action scenes during the morning here. Here's the main game to the studios. The security lady that works at the studios was here at 1 p.m. on the day. Past the security station, there is a gate. See? Hold on. So it was open, right? Past that are the studios. And here it is, Studio 1. Still be at Studio 2. This is the scene of the murder where the body was found. Maybe at Studio 2 somebody died before, like 10 years ago or something. Now, the day of the murder, October 15th, there were only 3 people here. The victim, Jack Hammer, the defendant, Will Powers, and a young woman, the production assistant. All the production staff were in the in-play area until noon. Then after lunch, the victim Jack Hammer went to Studio 1. Right after that, at 1 p.m, the security lady got to the guard station. Now, jump ahead to later that day, 5 p.m. The production staff came to Studio 1 to perform a rehearsal. Kratos will act the guilty one. Needless to say, the rehearsal was cancelled. The time of death was 2:30 p.m. A samurai spear found lodged in the victim's chest was a murder weapon. The only question, how the little assistant could use spear to kill somebody. It's not so easy. Sharpening his axe or spear? That's the case, in brief. Anyone like to hear that again? Should I listen to that cutscene again? Skip it. As you can probably remember that. So, the murder weapon was a spear. How medieval. Must examine it. Hold on. The spear was found stuck in the chest of the victim. Nah, too small. Your Honor, this case is quite simple. You ask one question. And that question is: what did the security lady at the guard station see? Understood. Let's call the security officer to the stand. Joker with berries. Will the witness declare her name? No. Why, aren't you a handsome fellow? I'm afraid I'm a bit flustered. Your name, please. Oh, there ain't no need for you to be embarrassed. Just call me Grandma. Your name, please. Since Edgeworth, it's a bit of trouble getting his witness to say their names. What, really? Your last name is Allback? What the heck is this? It's... Oh my god. Wendy Allback. Oh, just call me Grandma. So... Cannot read this, come on! Objection! I object to the witness talkativeness. Objection sustained. The witness will refrain from rambling on the stand. I'll just get into the good part, Darren. Perhaps we can get to the testimony? Now, the witness was stationed at the main gate on the day of the murder, correct? Yes, sir, I was. And to get to the scene of the murder, someone would have to pass by you. You know, you stopped there. You may begin your testimony. She sure is one hell of an Allback. Witness account. On the day of the murder, I arrived at the guard station 1 p.m. Okay. Poor old Hammer and the rest had been doing a run-through there since the morning. Why security guards not starting before all the actors, I don't know, it's very questionable. Maybe it was a shift switch. I had some errands to run that morning. Anyway, it was 1 p.m. when I got to the guard station. I was at the main gate from then until 5 p.m. Now the murder happened at 2:30 p.m., right? Interesting to me because a certain man walked right by me at 2 p.m. It was Powers. So it wasn't Powers, it was still Samurai. That man right there, and he was heading toward the studio. It's a lie at the end. So the defendant then? Very well, let's begin the cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. And I wonder what were these errands. Hold it. What kind of errands? Well, you know... Answering the question. Actually, I was watching through Hammer and Powers. Observing, you know. So it was you on the back? Observing when you're supposed to be at the guard station? Whippersnapper told you I locked the gate, didn't I? I did my job. No one killed him? It was an accident? Fell on the spur 5 times? I'm not sure your boss would see it that way. Anyway, I was watch Hammer's runs throws, always. Never missed one in all my years. Oh, I want to see still Samurai runs through too. It could quite be in a spirit medium and take our guard duty. Not a bad idea. Okay, not this. So it wasn't powers. I can press it right now. Objection? It's not working. Objection! Why should say it too loud? Let me get this straight, Oldback. Miss Oldback. You've been saying since yesterday that you saw Mr. Powers, correct? But you're talking about the man in this photo, aren't you? That definitely will be photo number 1 with him. Just a moment, Mr. Wright. Let me see that photo. What is this exactly? None other than the Steel Samurai, defender of Neo Old Tokyo. Miss Oldback. Is this the Mr. Powers that you saw? Of course. Didn't your mama teach you any sense, sonny? Anyone can plainly see that's powers, right? Yeah? Well, I wonder? True, Mr. Powers does play the role of the Steel Samurai. But that doesn't mean Mr. Powers is the Steel Samurai. I know that I wasn't born yesterday. No one in this court is accusing you of that, Miss, witness. He's having trouble calling you Oldback, apparently. However, you do not have proof that the person in this photo is Mr. Will Powers, do you? Noisy old man. Of course I have proof. What? Huh. Even Edgeworth is surprised? The prosecution would like to ask the witness. Please make known all the information in your possession ahead of time. How was I to know everyone would be so noisy? You should be ashamed, all of you. Anyway, I showed that photo to the young detective. He told me this isn't any good as evidence, Paul. He didn't even give it a second look. Old Twinback has left even Edgeworth speechless. She's good. Let's hear about your proof then. I never say anything I don't mean, mind you. That morning, during the run-through of the action scene, I saw Powers trip and fall. He broke one of the props. It was a big mess. The sparrow? Apparently he sprained his ankle pretty bad. Now look at the picture. You can see he's dragging his leg, see? Clear as day. That's how I knew it. That's how I knew it was Powers, have you? No. As I can see, it actually looks at someone very small actually was inside of this costume. So it's bullshit. So he had sprained his ankle? Very well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. She's got to be hiding something. I'll press her until she squeals. Alright, let's press every statement. Hold it. Whippersnapper! I haven't said anything yet. Have you know I'm not pointing fingers at anyone behind their backs? Everything I've said is on the straight and narrow. Again starts this. Mr. Wright. Please, for all our sakes, try not to upset the witness. I think Edgeworth has met his match. Okay, that morning during the run-through of the action scene. Hold it! Who was present at the run-through? Well, let's see. There was Powers, he's a still samurai, and poor old Hunter, the evil magistrate, and me. And what exactly were you doing? Observing, just observing. What about the assistant? Oh, she was off moving backdrops around and such. So she didn't see the run-through then. So Powers step and fall. Hold it. Trip and fall? Yes, and you think he's supposed to be the still samurai? What a laugh! So Powers sprained his ankle. I helped make it better for him, of course. You help make it better? I kiss it, wait, what? Let's just skip over that part, shall we? What's the assistant then? Oh, here? She was cleaning up backdrops, I think. She didn't know about Power's uncle. You may continue your testimony. You broke one of the props. It was a big mess. Hold it. He broke a prop? Sure did. His old samurai spear. His samurai spear? The murder weapon? Luckily I was there with my duct tape to fix it. This strikes me as a significant detail. By the way, duct tape in English, for some reason, in Eastern European languages, in every single one of it, it's Scotch, and Scotch is just it's a maker. Like you're not saying instead of car like I don't know, fort? He's riding his fort, even if it's something else. Yeah, duct tape is another maker of duct tapes. I actually have it in my kitchen. I'm using it. It's the best one. It strikes me as a significant detail. Yeah, really, duct tapes. So, you decided to make a joke, but it's a real thing. I'm not going to the kitchen, but I wasn't sure that I can find it on my phone. Here it is, duct tape. It exists. Let's see. This strikes me as a significant detail. I'll better write this down in the court records. Alright, it's duct tape. Let me see. I should use it. The murder weapon, a break in the shop, has been mended with duct tape. He sprained his ankle pretty bad. Wait a second, not objection. Hold it. Was Mr. Power's ankle badly sprained? Not so bad that he couldn't walk around. He went to his dressing room to rest up after lunch. Thus, the knob. Anyway, I saw him dragging his foot when he walked. Dragging his foot, okay. I think we heard enough. Henry, Your Honor. Well, there's one thing that bothers me. Beaches. Where's this still samurai costume now? Actually, well, we couldn't find it. We're looking, though. Anyway, that's not important. The witness did see the still samurai, yes. And it is clear that that person in the still samurai suit was Mr. Will Powers. I suppose it's right? Sure, Your Honor? Object. Hold it right there. We have talking possibilities, but we have to agree that this photo shows the still samurai. Nowhere in this photo can we see Mr. Will Powers. The defense has a point. I also wonder if someone else, not caught on camera, could have killed Mr. Hunter. We'll have to consider that possibility also. And allow me to remove that doubt from your minds, Your Honor. Will the witness continue her testimony, please? No need to ask twice. The time of poor Hammer's death was 2:30 p.m., true? The only person I saw go to the studio before then was Will Powers. No one else went there. If they had, I would have seen them. So, if no one else went to the studio, then it would have to be the still samurai who did it. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Strange. Almost every single witness lies somewhere. Hold it. How do you know that? Huh? Didn't I just explain? I give donuts to the young detective. And then, after some rubbish about it being a secret ball, told me everything. So Detective Gumshoe shares his fellow officers' fondness for the donuts. The only person I saw go to the studio before then was Will Powers. Well, this is photo number 2. Hold it. Poison donuts? Are you absolutely sure? Okay, quiet, Sonny. Nobody is suspicious looking passed by at all. Nobody is suspicious looking, right? No one else went there. Hold it. What about before you go to the guard station? You mean before 1 p.m.? Why, everyone was in the employee area before then. And I locked the main gate, so no one could get in. Wait a second. Gate locked. It's not a building, there's like empty top. You can just go above it. Above the gate, not to mention. If they had, I would have seen them. Hold it. Are you sure? The witness has answered the question. Anyone going into the studio had to pass by the witness. That's right, Sonny. You let them have it, edgy boy. Edgy boy? Old Windbug sure has balls, so, well, you know what I mean. Old Windbugs have a way of skipping over important details after all. Or for that matter, entirely forgotten them. By the way, in many languages balls means insult, but in English it's something to praise somebody? It's very strange. How convenient. Something for you to look forward to, perhaps. Let's see what you have. Oh, T-Bugs. Yours suggested by Sparrow. Studio 2. Okay. Card key. Let's send for the 2 ways for the 1. Breaking the shunt has been managed. Okay, the time of floor Hammer's death is 2:30. The time is correct. Maybe she's only one person, okay. But it's not willpower. No one else went there. But it's for the 2. I'd have seen them. I can try to show this photo one more time. Objection? Objection! Hold on. Look at this photograph one more time. This photo was taken by the camera at the gate for the studios, correct? Yes, sorry, Sonny. So, whenever anyone passes by here, it automatically takes a picture. And he thought you didn't know your head from a hole in the ground. Right. Anyway, it's also true that the computer in the guard station records all security cam data. Oh, if you wanted to work at the studio, we might have an opening. But a computer printed out this photo. Note that on the back of the photo are printed the words. October 15th, 2 p.m., photo number 2. Even I know that means it was taken at 2 p.m. on October the 15th. Really, Sunny? Actually, I knew that too. The issue here is the bit at the end where it says photo number 2. Photo number 2? Computer only held data for one photo on that day. Don't you think that's odd? Shouldn't this photo be photo number 1 if it really was the only photo? I must say, listen, they went into the studios, through security gates, through the dressing room, etc. They cannot be just 2 photos, there must be a lot of them. Order! Please tell the court what you mean by this, Mr. Wright. Actually, that's what I want to witness. This evidence shows that not 1 but 2 people went to the studio that day. Yet there's only data for one of the photos. Who could have erased the data for the other photo? Only someone with access, the security lady herself. But you must, whippersnapper. Frame rate 1 photo per day? The only person I saw that day was Will Powers. But the camera on the gates fired twice, that means 2 people went by. Well, I guess that's what it would seem to me. Can the witness explain this to the court? I don't understand these newfangled computer things. AGYE boy, help! Huh? Believe me, I want to, but I don't know what this means either. So help you out. You're whippersnapper too. Whippersnapper? Something the matter, Miss Olbach? Ah, that's right. I just remembered something. Let me guess. Someone else passed by the gate, someone other than the Steel Samurai? Well, yes, I suppose you could put it that way. I see. Your testimony, please. Every day, after I finish my guard duties, I have one other important job to do. I go through the photos recorded on the security computer and check them. I throw out any photos that aren't suspicious looking, you see? Come to think of it, now remember throwing out one photo that day. So, Bugs, this is the first I've heard of this. Well, of course, Sonny. I've only just remembered it. Right. Anyway, Mr. Wright, please begin the cross-examination. Now, let's say this was a turn for the unexpected, but I kind of expected this. I cannot see any contradictions, but will you just spread them all? So, every day, after I finish my guard duties, I have one other important job to do. Hold it. Another job? That's right. I check all the people that passed by the main gate that day. I look closely at every one of the photos that security camera takes. Do you back up all the security camera data? Well, they keep telling me to, yes. But those computers are just so frustrating. I throw out any photos that aren't suspicious looking, you see. Hold it. How exactly do you determine what isn't suspicious looking? Oh, you can tell by looking at their faces, for the most part. The most part? It's a murder trial, Miss Oldbug. Well, I didn't touch the suspicious-looking willpower spotter, did I? Seems she's missing the point. Come to think of it, now remember throwing out one photo a day. Hold it. Well, who in the heck was in that photo you erased? A fanboy? Fanboy? Still samurai fanboys, real freaks, if you ask me. They get information about the rehearsals from gosh knows where. Always hanging about. Why was there that day? Wait a second. Did you just say no one else could get in? I locked the main gate so no one could get in, so say your words. Well, if you must know, there's a drain that goes into the in-play area. Wright has been loose for a while. It leads outside, and well, that's where they come in. Coming through the drain? I told you there were freaks. Oh, and they kids, children, whippersnappers. Kids? So on the photo that you erased? It was a boy, probably second or third grade. What? Order! Let me get this straight. You saw two people pass by the gate on their way to the studios that day. Carlson? He's too far for this. One was the still samurai, dragging his leg. And there was a boy who looked to be in about second or third grade. Oh yes, well, we see he stand there every day. Can stop them, can catch them. A boy in second or third grade. I assume it would be hard, if not impossible, for a young boy to wield the samurai spear. Impossible, I think? It's quite heavy. Right, as I said, I didn't pay him much mind. Wait, if you know the physics, you can do whatever with any weight you want. Let's fire the data. Nick? What's going on? I mean, the boy would say that makes him a suspect. And they're already trying to unsuspect him. I'd like to take a 5-minute recess. I want the defense and the prosecution to consider this new information. And no forgetting white information this time. Mr. I also should say WP. It's so stupid. Yes. Tell me straight, were you really in your dressing room? You didn't go to the studio? I didn't go to the studio, I was sleeping, honest! So, who was the still samurai in that security photo? How should I know? The still samurai costume was off in the corner of the dressing room. Anyone could have walked in and taken it, really. What? You should take better care of that stuff. Can you imagine anyone would want to steal a still samurai costume? So, where does this leave me? Doesn't look good. You're the only likely suspect right now. Here, what are you going to do? Just play for more time. You'll start targeting someone else that could conceivably have done this, right? And it'll take them so long to shoot us down that we can get another name, right? But if we pick the wrong person, we might lose on the spot. You don't sound very optimistic. I'm not optimistic at all, actually. Hey Nick, it's time. Okay, let's go. What does that mean? Don't sign like that. It was this old lady. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Mr. Willpowers. Mr. Edgeworth, will you present the prosecution's thoughts on this matter? Patient's thoughts are simple. Nothing has changed. The other person who went to the studio was a boy, roughly 10 years of age. The photo we do have may not be hard evidence, but there's still no one else that could have committed this crime. I call for a verdict of guilty for the defendant, Mr. Will Powers. Wait a second, you don't even know the motive! Okay, possibility, motive, evidence! Only possibilities here. Very well, Mr. Wright, your thoughts. Defense disagrees with the prosecution's claim. There is another person who could have committed this crime. Order, interesting. Ask her who you have in mind, however. Be aware that this court does not look kindly on accusing the innocent. If you accuse someone who is obviously innocent, you will be penalized. Right, great. As if the stakes went high enough. So, who was this person, other than Mr. Powers, that would have committed murder? The assistant girl? It was the assistant. The steel samurai costume was in his dressing room. She stole it, and in doing so, she became the steel samurai. So you're saying the steel samurai in the picture is really the assistant? That's correct, Your Honor? You're serious? You've got guts, Mr. Wright. Remember the photo? Wasn't the steel samurai a little lame? He was dragging his foot. Bad feeling time. I just think it's assistant. Okay, so I need to accuse this old bug. Remember the testimony concerning Powers' injury? Powers and poor Hammer were at the run-through. On me. What about the assistant? Oh, here? She was cleaning up backdrops, I think. She didn't know about Powers' ankle. Hold on, I know who actually used this costume. Hammer himself. The assistant knew nothing of Mr. Powers' injury. She could look the samurai look with that costume, but she couldn't walk the steel samurai walk. She wouldn't have lived. It kind of takes the legs off from under the case. Mr. Wright, I'm afraid I have to penalize you as a warrant. Nobody knows the trouble of sin. Maybe move on, Mr. Wright. This fight isn't over yet. If you would, Your Honor, one more chance, please. Very well, go ahead. So, who was the person, other than Mr. Power, that could have committed murder? The security lady. It was the security lady, Wendy Oldbug. Still samurai is dragging his leg in this picture. That means whoever was in the suit knew about this morning's injury. If it's not her, so it's Hammer, of course. Maybe because they had been watching the action scene run through. There was only one person, other than Powers and Hammer, who knew about the injury. The security lady, Oldbug, said that they didn't let us to select it from here because I'll definitely select Hammer after this. What? Whippersnapper! Order! Is this true, Oldbug? Oldbug? That's Miss Oldbug to you! Miss Oldbug was standing guard alone at the main gate. She was by herself. In other words, she has no alibi. She could have briefly left her post and stolen the steel samurai costume. Then slipped into Studio 1, the scene of the murder. Why would she go through the trouble of wearing the steel samurai costume? Simple, Your Honor. She knew the camera at the game would take a picture. She was in this costume. She could point the finger at Mr. Powers. I see. Excellent detective reasoning, Mr. Wright. Oh yeah, right here. Sherlock Holmes, that second baby. That's odd. Since this is the part where Edgeworth pounces, will he usually jump up with an objection and some new damning evidence? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, does the prosecution have an opinion on this matter? No? The prosecution has no meaningful objections at this time. What? What's it supposed to mean? Oh, so you all think I did it? Is that it? Edgy boy, don't just sit there, do something. It's my love. Maybe now's my chance to take this the whole thing? Give Granny a break? Press father. The very same reasoning that makes Mr. Powers a suspect in this case can be used to cast doubt on Miss Albach's actions on the day. But why would I do something so horrible to poor Hammer? You forget that Mr. Powers lacks a clear motive too. Indeed? You did it. Now Winbuck is one of the suspects. No hard feelings, I hope. Wait just a minute. What about the other person who went to the studio? The boy! The one whose photo I erased. He's only a grade scholar though, as you said. Second and third grade, was it? It doesn't matter. When I was at age, I could be my old man in 10 seconds tops. Huh. Your thoughts, Mr. Wright? The boy is not the killer. What? How can you be so sure? Oh, is it be nice to the kids and mean to your elders day? Whippersnapper. I have proof. Proof? Indeed? Let's see this proof, Mr. Wright. You have a proof that shows the boy could not have committed this murder? I have the proof? Oh my god. Let's see. Pierce through the chest by a spur. Duct taped spur. What is my proof? Ah, card key. Take that. Not working. Take that. The scene of the murder, as we all know, was Studio 1. However, you need a card key to enter Studio 1. How could a boy with no formal relation to the studios have a card key? I see. Well, would the witness care to comment on this? Winbuck, speechless. This has got to be a first. Very well. This court will suspend proceedings on the current trial for the day. Mr. Ashworth, please find out more about your witness, Miss Windy. What was her name? Samson Albach, Your Honor. The prosecution will look further into this Albach before we continue. That is all. The court is adjourned. Again, I have no water here. Okay. It was the last. Wait a second! I'm not going to just sit here while you run off barking up the wrong tree. Me! It's okay. Oh great, stop the presses. Winback wants to talk. Miss Albach, oh, what is this all about? Have you omitted something from your testimony? Actually, if you must know, Samson was told not to talk about. Not to talk about? By whom? Huh? You mean it wasn't Edgeworth who told you not to talk? Well, testify. My lips were sealed. Global Studios wanted me to keep quiet about something. There were some other people at the studios on the day of the murder. They said they had nothing to do with it, see? So they told me to just pretend they hadn't been at the studios that day. But if you're going to go accuse me, I'm not letting them get away scot-free. This is a surprise to me. other people? Miss Allbug! With crucial information, why did you keep this from the court until now? You've been listening? They told me to shut my trap, and I always do what I'm told. No, this isn't a bad dream, Your Honor. Witness the power of the Allbug. Home video? My studio private or something? Mr. Wright. Cross-examination. Okay, global studios want me to keep quiet about something. Hold it. So you were told not to talk. That's right. By the studio and TV bigwigs, no less. Why didn't I hear about this? Don't be too hard on yourself, Sonny. You were all in on it. There were some other people at the studios on the day of the murder. Hold it. Who were these people? Well, the director and the producer, for starters. The director? You should have known something was fishy. How could they have done a run-through of the action scene without the director? Of course! Yes, well, I was surprised no one asked about it. So, where were these people? Private video? The director was in the in-play area all morning for the run-through. He joined the producer around lunchtime and they had a meeting after that. Where? Oh, in the Studio 2 trailer. Studio 2? It was Studio 2? Of course it's on the map. And if you look at the guide map, here it is. You go through the gates and all the way to the left. The path where the monkey's head was fallen over. Well, Mr. Wright, would you like to continue the cross-examination? I think I already asked all my questions, but... Continue? They said they had nothing to do with it, see? Hold it. Miss Allbug, this is a trial for murder. I know that's silly. Still, they were pretty convincing about having nothing to do with it. And gave me a little bonus on the side. So you got your bonus? And you still talked? So now ask also question. Continue. I guess there's no harm in getting as much info as I can. So wait a second, that's all. So there will be another one. Since they had nothing to do with it. Told me just pretend they hadn't been studios that day. No, there's more. So they told me to just pretend they hadn't been in the studios that day. Hold it. So they were actually in the studio. Yes, the whole day. When they heard about the murder, they beat it before the cops came. I'll kill this woman, I swear it! I feel sorry for Edgeworth, almost. She really left him hanging on this one. But we're going to go accuse me. I'm not letting them get away scot-free. Hold it. Them. Who were these people? Well, the director and the producer, for starters. The director. Should have known something was fishy. How could they have done a run-through in their action without the director? I already read this. Of course! Yes, well, I was surprised no one asked about it. So, where were these people? Okay, this I saw. Studio 2 trailer. Alright. Skip it. That's all for the day. take a break. Your Honor, we have learned there were all of us at Global Studios on the day in question. The director and the producer and some big wigs were all present. Yet, as we stand here, they have not been questioned. Hold it. It is impossible to declare a verdict on the defendant, Mr. Powers. The court acknowledges the defense's point. The prosecution will gather more information about the witness, Miss Oldog, and more information about these other people we have just been told of. I understand, Your Honor. This ends the day's proceedings in the trial of Mr. Will Powers. And that's all. The court is adjourned. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. I was right to ask you to defend me. Really, it's nothing. Oh, or should I? We'll be going down to the studios to do some more investigation. Have to find out more about this director and producer. We'll be turning up in the next trial as witnesses for them. So now's my chance to get material for the cross-examination. So Nick, have you figured out just who it was in that still samurai costume? Could it really have been old Windbag? What do you think, Mr. Powers? This one? Better? Wait a second, bearable? What was his name in English? I don't remember. Well, his name is Logan, of course. But superhero name, I don't remember. I don't think it was he already. Neither do I, Nick. Yeah, no, look, I was just buying time back there. Wolverine, of course. Of course it was Wolf. Someone had to be the bad guy for me to take the pressure of Mr. Powers. Oh, it's Windbag. I'm kinda sorry for you. Well, she wasn't winning any points in there. This always out my accusation. Okay, let's get down to the studios. Right, go back to visit you soon. Thanks guys. To be continued. It's around 10 PM. Yeah, what a day. It's no time for relaxing, Nick. Say, you think WP's got a chance? I guess it really depends on the people we found out about in today's trials. The director and producer. Yeah, them. Well, what are we doing here then? Let's get to the studios. Let's move to the studios. No one's here. Right, now that they have Miss Olbach in custody. What? Why her? As they don't have anyone else to replace her. Hey, in the guard station, look! She left your donuts! You're supposed to eat it, but will be spoiled? What? I wasn't going to eat them. You must eat them. Nothing new. It looks like it's been turned off for the day. Okay, let's move. Hey Nick, it looks like Detective Gumshoe isn't here today. You're right. He's probably up to his neck in paperwork after the commotion at today's trial. So Nick, remember that Studio 2 we heard about at the trial today? It was down that pass, It's a phone tree, right? Yeah, I think that's what they said. There's the director and the rest of them. Are they today? Not so a chance, Nick. Let's check it out. Hacker to recover deleted photo? It'll be just a kid, I believe we'll find him very soon. This is Studio 2? I thought so. Doesn't really look much like a studio, does it? No, it does not. Yes, there's a trailer over there. It's pretty studio for a movie set trailer. Is it trailer? Looks like a shade to me. Are you sure this is a studio? A light one for moving stuff and equipment around. Kept it in pretty good shape. Looks like it ran fine. Well, let's go for a drive. Sure, if I had a license. What? You don't have a driver's license? How old is he? Maybe 24. But look, I have this. Why you show me your turning badge, Nick? An incinerator. Apparently they just put this one in. It's already covered in soot. They must not clean it much. What? Another T-bone. Looks like 2 people ate here. There's nothing left on the plates. Hey, so they ate T-bone steaks too. Can't see any T-bone. What is it with steaks around here? Yes, there's always room for steak. What? Something that seems out of place. What? Don't know, it just feels odd. Like what? Looks like materials for making a movie set. Been sitting here for quite some time. This might as well be a junkyard. On close inspection, this trailer looks like it's been here for a while. I don't think this is part of some temporary film set. So let's go inside. No? How supposed to go inside? I know, should I check the door? Nick, let's go inside. You think it's okay? Oh, well, it's locked. Shucks. Some flowers here. Oh, so pretty. They're taking good care of this. Don't get too close. That fence looks dangerous. Okay, let's go from here. I don't really want to be in here. Yeah, it's a murder scene. I want to go somewhere else, Nick. Well, okay, let's move somewhere else. Where am I supposed to go? Look, it's that assistant girl. Hey! Hi. Cannot be double beats, VPs. Lawyers, right? Heard about that trial. Great job, guys. Huh? Don't mention it. Is it true they called the security lady? Actually, she just called me. She told me to cover up that drain. You mean that one? Put a cover. It's duct tape. Oh, what a mess. I know. Not so good with handiwork, some assistant, right? Well, it's definitely for ventilation, and if you do this, humanity will be erased and everything will be spoiled here, especially this paint. Backdrop. Yeah, but you do work on the props and the backdrops, right? Right. Just lots of times they end up looking worse than they did before I fix them. Well, I'm sure these things happen, nothing to worry yourself about. You're right, I won't. Personally, I think she should worry at least a little bit more. If you excuse me, I have to go to the guard station. I'm supposed to fill in for Miss Ogbach. Right? See you later then. Good luck with your investigation. Let's see. So, the fun boy they were talking about in the trial today, he came it through the drain? So it seems, I guess they covered it up in a hurry. Hey Nick, if the drain's covered, the boy won't be able to get in. Yes, think that was the idea? Feel kinda sorry for him though, don't you? What? You want to rip the grate off? Really, Nick? We can? Oh, she's serious? I'll read it open. Well, I guess some things are just made to be broken. There's not supposed to be any cover here. Just well. You know, Nick, you're pretty swell sometimes. Sometimes? Yeah. Then, that should make the kids happy. Things we do. And so what? The grain is off, and I know who did it. Does the kids be able to come in again? Doesn't it make you feel great to do a good deed like that? Must be nice to live so free of guilt. Okay. Go to the dressing room. It's not locked. Hey Nick, let's go in. Maybe there's be something else to steal. Hey, we're not thieves. But we did take that car key. We borrowed it. That's a difference. Wait a second, I need to select to move here. Okay. Dressing room. This is where the still summer costume was, on the day of the murder. That's what Mr. Powers says, at least. Guess they snuck in and took it while he was sleeping. Nick, what if Mr. Powers hadn't been sleeping? I wonder what the killer was planning on doing then. She's got a point. So, say anything new? It's like sounds living here. Maybe Powers did take a nap here like he said. It's nothing new at all. Put out the window. It's locked. Guess he doesn't open his window much. It's kind of dusty outside. What am I supposed to do? Let's go back. I don't know. I open it, so what? Oh, hello. You look a little out of place. And the closest, isn't it? I thought my camo vest might do the trick. Kind of an alternative guard fashion scene. The director at all? I heard something at the trial today. They said that the director and producer were here the day of the murder. Oh, sorry. I was in the prop storage room, so I didn't see them. I guess they were here though. Studio had seemed pretty eager to keep us quiet. So, they were trying to protect the director? More the producer, really? Producer's our real star here. She saved the studios from the brink of disaster and kept them running, so this is why I protect them. Like, if you need to protect someone, that means that might be there's some problem when you will be accused because you did something in the past. Not just saving the studio. I don't think we would still be in business if it went for the producer. Producer, huh? Do kids sneak and hair a lot? Well, I don't think there's that many of them, but I do see one in particular, a bunch. It's always looking at the sets or snapping pictures. Should see old Winbug's eyes flash when she sees him. She has a bit of trouble catching him though. So, how are the studios doing? The police wandering around everywhere. It's terrible. They won't even let me clean up. Don't want me disturbing evidence. What should I clean up? I didn't even clean up our lunch plates from the day of the murder. I mean, those plates with the steak bones left over on them in the in-play area? Yeah, can you believe it? But I didn't see any bones. The studio too. Kinda strange. See nothing new. What the? What? Who are those dudes? Elmo? Hold on, who is actually saying this in real life? You can only type this. Huh? Nerd. Me? This is the kids? Wait, you first, who are you? You look pretty suspicious to me. Whatever, lovers. He's speaking lit. That's it. How can you not know the great Salmonella? What? How did he name himself? I make the lead shows, the Still Samurai. Mine. Read the film credits. That's the hacker you wanted. You wanted the hacker. Here it is. He can recover it. Really? You're the Salmonella? I'm so sorry, You look so sorry. No, quite alright, really. It's fine, Ruff. Where's low kick? What is it? No, on close inspection. Yeah, hot. Look at his animation. Awesome, isn't it? Hey, do you do a lot of cosplay cause that costume? What? How to decipher this? I don't know. Roxorus? Never heard this word. What? Hey, you're drooling! Huh? Now he said low. Buffer overrun. Well, many people for some reason saying LOL, but it's not how you want it. Now you can see the difference between noobs and someone else. You triggered my what? Power? Creative power. Creative. Yes. It's coming to me. Pink Princess. The sequel to the Still Samurai, Pink Princess, Water of Little Odds, Tokyo. Ruffle Almael. Under the table. The Pink Princess? Why it's gotta be Little Tokyo? Why can't it have a cool name like Neo Tokyo? Why, we really need to talk about cool. The name of the crime. Did you notice anything unusual on the day of the murder? Know who you dudes are? The security lady told you about us? Why J-O-O is you? I don't know. That's right. It's a pretty regular day. Had a run through for an action scene in the morning. And a meeting from lunchtime in the studio to travel. I believe nobody using this since 2000s. Delete, I mean. Only some old folks. Yeah, I was so busy I didn't even get a chance to eat lunch. A T-bone steak, was it? Yeah, I keep missing out on that. Nick, what does Saxorus mean? I have zero idea. No idea. I'm not so old. Anyway, I was in a meeting from noon till after 4 p.m. Well, I got my PC in 2004 or 5, I'm not sure. Maybe 5. Yeah, 5. I was playing Silent Hill for the first time on it. He's a producer and some bigwigs from the network. Mr. Hammer's time of death was estimated to 30 p.m. And I got access to the internet maybe in 2006, but 5K modem was super slow and was using like 30 minutes per day because it was super expensive. He's telling the truth. That meeting gives him an alibi. About the producer who was at the meeting with you. Oh, you mean D-was-quiz? What the heck is this? She's a genius, math skills, all the way. Scary, though. She brought the studios back from the brink of destruction. She's the one who made it possible for me to make the Steel Samurai. The meeting with you on the day of the murder, right? Yeah, we were together from noon to 4 p.m. the whole time. Who exactly are these bigwigs people keep mentioning? All the boss over at the network and some sponsors, also a few production guys. I peeled into a limousine and got here right around noon. Major tension. But all of them with you and tie-dye? Yeah, unfortunately. They're all grey-haired gizzards. Seems like they all be reliable witnesses. And that's all? Let me present something again. I try not to pay much attention to things that don't interest me. Lots of love. Why you stare at me like that? What will you tell me about this? No? What about photo? This is Will Powers, right? How do you know? Well, look, he's obviously dragging his foot. Alright, the director would know about the injury. He was there. Sadly, that's all. Of course I have no water. Okay, let's play without it. Should I go and grab some tea? Like 45 minutes left. Maybe I should. Can't see anything new here. So maybe that's all for him. Alright, let me take a pause. I just need some water or something. Be right back. Well, it cannot be quick, just 2 minutes. What? What was all of this? Overstone? You burst from one another cup of tea? Strange that the main name of Ace Attorney games is for some reason Phoenix Wright, even if it's not a main character's name in the original. It's really just Ace Attorney in Japanese. This one, the DS game was like Ace Attorney Revive or something, because it was a remake of Game Boy Advance game. And his name is Naruhodo Ryosuke. Why it was changed to Phoenix, I don't know. Okay, I think already asked him about like everything. Let's move and find this producer. Nothing new here. Studio main gate. Maybe she can say something new. Let me check. Nothing. No. Here. No. There. Okay, something new. This place is deserted. Or not? What? Nick. What was that noise? It sounded like it came from inside the trailer. Someone must be inside. Hello? No answer. Pretty suspicious, if you ask me, Nick. The King of Babylon? Nebuchadnezzar? Let's go in. I'm not sure. We should be broken in. Huh? It's locked. What? Don't you have a key? No. That's probably one of the guard stations at the main gate. What are we waiting for? Let's borrow it. Say, let us. But if we leave this, somebody can exit it, isn't it? Let's see. Wait a second, she's supposed to be in custody. You again? Rods, acting like you've seen a ghost. You certainly got back to your post quickly. The police took me away, they did. They pulled out a spare steel samurai costume. Told me to put it on, can you imagine? Could they? A sweet little old lady wear a giant suit like that. Mr. Powers is pretty tall. As soon as they saw there was no way I could wear it, they let me go. Guess that would rule out you being the murderer. Anyway, know this? Whippersnapper. This old lady never forgets a slight or insult. And you won't get any information out of me, my lips are sealed. Sure, talking a lot for someone with sealed lips. Starting now. 1, 2, 3. It's like this too much. How's supposed to get the keys now? The director. About the director. The one who was here on the day of the murder. If I see him again, I'm taking him down. Heck, I think she's losing it. Losing her screws? About the kid you said you saw. If I see him again, I'm taking him down. Heck, eyes, she's serious! How to get the keys now? Security guard station. I can see the computers that run the security cameras. He not touch him. So buttons to get there later. What's supposed to do now? Let's move. That's him. Hey? Wait! Where do you find the berries? Now when he came in right through the drain. Kiddo, what's your name, sport? From your head? I'm a kid, so don't talk to me like that. But you're a kid. It's a rude little brat. That's no way to talk to an adult. Don't say no adults here. Hippie fashion chick. Hippie fashion? Hippie's culture was in 70s. The little kid not supposed to know about hippies. Because he was born in 90s? I think I'm being mocked. Got to hand it to Maya, she's pretty sharp and pretty mad. I'm Cody. Cody Hawkins? Another hacker here. Boomer. Call me Kiddy on again. I'll cut you down where you stand. Evildoer. What happened? Say, you heard anything about the incident the other day? You were here, weren't you? Did you see anything? What does mean he here? He always, the Steel Samurai always wins, always! Yes, saw them, I saw everything. What? No way am I telling you, losers. Wait! Let me go! What about second question? He's gone. Huh? Something fell off that table when he bumped into it on his way out. Drugs? Why was this sitting there, I wonder? Anyway, what was that kid saying? Found on table in the employee area, the label reads sleeping pills. Sleeping pills you can buy everywhere. In any single store. Sleeping pills. These forbidden barber wraps or something. You cannot find them since like, I don't know, 60s? Even earlier? Anyway, what was that kid saying? He saw everything. I'm still looking for the keys, by the way. Nothing here. Where's that old windbag? What of you to leave your post? Hey! Hey, that was you! Stop, whippersnapper! Yeah, sounds like she's chasing after that boy. Bitch! She tripped. Maya sure looks happy. But kinda... The keys, they're supposed to be here. I actually see something like here. Hey, Nick. Now's our chance. Let's check out the guard station. Good idea. This is it, Nick. The trailer key. Why it's called trailer? It's just house. The key to that trailer on Studio 2. We borrowing this, right, Nick? Trailer is something that you can move, but it even has, like, Stairs here. Okay. Strange. Stereo trailer. Alright, let it be trailer. For no reason. I wonder if the key we brought from the guard station will work. It opened? Great, let's go, Nick. She seems eager all of a sudden. Well, you first, Nick. Not that eager. And... Okay, who's the killer here? Here? Impossible. Someone's in here. Names? Our names? Yeah. There will be lawyers and... I see. And who might you? The Vasquez, the producer. She's quite beautiful. She's old. Look at this face. First of all, I will examine. Nothing here that could be a clue. Just some paper cups and complete documents. What, she will be the killer? I don't remember that this was an anime. Another old movie poster. The Singing Samurai. Starring Jack Hammer. What the hell do samurais sing about? Chopping off heads? Oh my god. That movie was the best. It's about a samurai who sings his way to fame and fortune. Hello, Daytona. When you played this game, everyone was suspect? Mr. Hammer was a very accomplished singer, you know? Singing Samurai Stars. What's next? Ninja Ballad? What's the second one? Samurai Summer, starring Jack Hammer. What? He played in every single Samurai series? The poster is quite old. Oh, it's been years since I saw that show. By the way, I forgot to mute the second sound, so... It is. So, thank you for subscriptions. It's... How many months? Didn't show it. 6 months. Thank you very much. It was one of those typical summer romance stories. Atypical? Never heard about this. I thought it was great. A typical summer romance with a samurai on a horse. Since there is no music here. An old movie poster. Dynamite Samurai. Yes, Mr. Hammer used to be quite the star. Now, what about this bird? This time they were designing a set to use for the Steel Samurai show. I got some figures for how much the set costs. Can't believe they spent that much money on those sets. Let's just speak to her. The director. About the director, Sal Manella, was it? What exactly is his role here? Perhaps I didn't make myself clear. I'm looking for a script. Can't be bothered with anything else. I wonder what was an original for his name. Definitely something regular. Are all people in their entertainment businesses this word? It's starting to look like it. Still Samurai. Here it is, the music. Saul Goodman? You mean from Breaking Bad? I'd really like to ask you about the Steel Samurai. Miss Wasquez. It's on TV every week. That's all I have to say about it. Like, she's telling us to go to watch TV? It's a nerve of her. Don't get mad at me. Okay, the damn crime. I was wondering if you could tell me about the day of the murder. No? Miss, Wasquez? Okay, what her name is meaning? Because I don't know. Script. Excuse me? Script. I'm looking for a script. A script? Still Samurai, episode 13. Usually there's around 52 episodes for such shows in Japan. Usually. I need it. Could we ask you a bit about the day of the murder? I need to read it. You're getting nowhere fast. Nick, let's get out of here. Isn't there someplace else we have to check? Yeah. Wait. Yes? If you see Manella, give him this. Why do we have to do your errands? Script. I don't think I like you. Don't cry. She'll take it as a sign of weakness. Alright, we'll give it to him if we see him. What is this memo? The memo reads, bring me the script of episode 13. Okay, let's move. Takes a lot to move here and there. Very a lot. Finally. Here, I got this from the producer. Huh? Bring the script for episode 13. Episode 13. Where did I put that one? I must have left it somewhere. Why is he sweating? Uh-oh. My ass is pounds if I don't find it. What? Nick, it might be quicker to just look in all the places where he's likely to have been. Agree. Okay, so I'm looking for the script. It's a trash bin? Mr. Brownsback, I wonder what's inside. Name? Supermarket tabloids? Whoa, I'm kind of shocked. Where lives a salon? Both men found on Mars? To buy that issue. By 5 antenna on his head? It's Samurai's haircut. Because they were wearing helmets all the time, they became bald. If you're wearing something like metal on your head, you can be bald. So that's why it was this type of haircut. You remember? So where's the script? Maybe not in this room. He was eating T-bones. The kid can steal it. Wait a second, I want to check this trash bin. Hold on, this one. Let's see. Actually, he checked the vending machine instead. And I already read this one. Samurai soda. Not going to try it. Let's move. It might be near this trailer, but I'm not sure. The grate here? But I already checked it. Oh my god. I really want to sleep. 20 minutes left for me. After this, I immediately go to sleep. Yes, I think I did. Jane, where the fanboy came in. He didn't waste any time coming in either. Talk about cause and effect. Nothing. Studio main gate. Definitely not here. Studio 1. Wait a second, if she was here, so it might be in this inside Studio 1. Yeah, back at the scene of the crime. Let's find what we need and get out of here quick, Nick. So, in the back... Oh, wait a second, it's not even... No, it's camera. What about this? That's for reflecting light. They call it a reflecting screen or something like that. Huh? What? Is your enthusiasm for all things entertainment? Well, lighting is fine, but I'd want to be the director, or maybe the still samurai. I think she's being serious. Where's this stupid script? Hey, look. I already read this one. Tell Granny you saw the little brat. She already went after him and tripped. This already read. Take a look around the chair for me, would you? Remember the script the director was talking about, okay? It's new. Didn't he say he had left it somewhere? Aha! Found it, Nick. The script. Good work. Actually, I thought in the beginning that the script is here because it looked like the script. Okay. Why the script is so important? Oh, she said it to us so she can, I don't know, just disappear. Still summary script. The car reads episode 13. Let's move. If I present this, I am not interested. Okay. Here, you found it. Your script. Script handed to the Wasquiz or something. You're not going to talk to us? Quiet. I'm reading. Just you hold on. What's the big idea? Who do you think you are anyway? And do you even know who we are? Power slurs? Right. Am I a suspect? No, just... well, no, but... You wanted to know about the day of the murder? Yes. Anything you could tell us would be a big help. You know there was a meeting here at noon. Yes, with the director and the people from the network? Correct. Now, listen closely. None of the people in this trailer that afternoon went to Studio 1. Okay, so the assistant killed him. It was impossible for us to leave. Impossible? Why? The bus was blocked by just a tree. The bus? The bus? The bus. On the day of the murder, the path that leads here was blocked. You saw Mr. Monkey on the way here, alright? Mr. Monkey? The monkey with the broken head. It doesn't look like Monkey. Alright, that's not an original name. Maybe it wasn't even the monkey in the original? I don't know. Its head fell over in the wind on the day of the murder. And then start moving the heads out of the way until after 3 p.m. Plus after 4, by the time the pass was unlocked. Capiche? Everyone in this trailer was stuck here until the pass was cleared. Stuck in this trailer, stuck until after 4. Hammer died at 2:30. Thus, none of us could have gone to Studio 1. What? It's true. A crane came just after 3 to move the head. We called some people into clear on the way. I'm sure that corroborate my story. But wait! The head fell over after 2:30. And you could have gone to Studio 1. 2:30. The time of death. Very well. Come. That's Mr. Monkey. And wasn't broken. It announced the time in ooks. 1 ook per hour. Ook. Always with the ooken. It is a monkey after all. Oh, okay. Check its head. Toothbrush! What? The clock inside stopped when it broke. Nick, it stopped at 2:15. 2:15? That's right. Okay, so this hammer was passing by and destroyed the monkey. His pass was blocked from 2:15 till after 4. Therefore, we're innocent. So he was trying to kill somebody, but instead he was killed. That's why there's no still samurai costume, because it's feeling blood. Obvious. Mr. Hammer died in Studio 1 at 2:30. See? Goodbye. Mr. Data... Mr. Data... Monkey Data added to the court record. Just recall... Star Trek. Okay... What do we do, Nick? I, know everything what happened, but I don't know who killed it, actually. There isn't anyone besides WP who could have killed Hammer. Except assistant. It's over. We're finished. Sure doesn't look good. I don't know anyone else except the assistant who can do this. If you remove everything else, who not, fitting, there's only one person we left. Guess we should head back to the office and plan our strategy. Maybe it was even self-defense? It can be self-defense. Yeah. Not even a murder? Suicide? Now what? We are fresh out of class. Everyone's alibi is watertight. You don't even have any promising leads. Things are looking pretty grim. It's a little early for giving up, don't you think? Huh? You got one lead. Yeah, it's you. What took you so long? Sorry, Phoenix. Maya has trouble calling me unless she's really in trouble. What? Oops. Right, wait. I guess that means we're really in trouble. I'd say so. What do you mean we have one lead? The boy, of course. I saw him. I saw everything. What? But no way am I telling you, losers. Okay, he didn't say because actually still Samurai was killed. What he saw. It's also obvious. I don't know. He didn't sound like he was going to help us at all. I'm sure you can find some way of bringing him over to your side. Either way, we should get back to the studios. What is our last hope, Phoenix? Sense now more worried than I was before. Going back. What's she doing here again? It was an accident? He just fell on the spear and she's again saying something. Several times, not just once. What's wrong? Huff-puff? Whippersnapper? She's been chasing that boy this whole time. When I catch him, sounds like she hasn't had any luck catching him. Got a hostage now. What? A hostage? What's this about a hostage? When that boy was running away, he dropped this and ran. I'll come back for this one. It's kind of hard to understand here with all that huffing and puffing. Phoenix, that hostage might be what we need. Cody might talk to us if we gave him that. Good idea. So, no. I'm catching that brat if it's the last thing I do. Phoenix, do you have anything you might trade with her? Trade? Oh. One down. Empty bottle. Maybe I don't have anything right now. Okay, director. Actually, I met with the director just now. Huh? Heart, I don't feel so good. Shocking? If I go, I'd like to visit the place where poor Hammer died. Right. She was saying she wanted to visit the studio where he died. So, what happened to the boy? I see him again. I'll have? Lay him flat! My, what a violent old lady. Like I have nothing to present to her. Definitely the sleeping pills, it's what Bill Power actually got by his fault. She's too busy catching her breath to tell me anything. This? Miss Olbach, I'm borrowing this, just so you know. Okay. Just be sure to give it back. She's not as demanding, but she's exhausted. Maybe some autograph? Let's move. Of whom? I don't know. I guess Mr. Powers isn't questioning. Oh well. Let's try again another day? Who should I find here? Oh my god. I must check maybe everything. Not here. Leaves her shoulders so high that if she had wings, she would fly? Whatever. I don't know. I don't know. There's nobody here. What's supposed to bring her? Oh my god. Wait, what should it be? Hey. You, wait a second. Phoenix, was that the boy? His name's Cody Hackins? I think he ran into the dressing room. Is this nerd? Pervert? He should be in here somewhere. Found you. Damn it, he's getting away. Come back. There, he's back. Just said it and he returned. Of someone who... How did she... Hey there, would you mind helping us out? Please? I'm Cody. Hello, Cody. I'm Mia Faye. Nice to meet you. Yo? And I'm Phoenix, right? Who asked? Phoenix, you can take it from him. So sure I'm qualified. Especially that we don't have any item. Still Samurai is so cool. I think he's the bomb? Smooth a limer like you know about the Still Samurai. Watch that attitude. Phoenix, you really shouldn't yell like that. He's only a kid. Yeah, don't yell like that. I'm only a kid. So, do you know anything about what happened here? Could you tell me, please? Don't know nothing. Looks like a little sensation necessary, maybe a tribe. But what should I bring to Olberg? Donuts? Oh my god. What's that? Boring. Man, how can one person be so lame? If you were a superhero, you'll be a lame man. Here may be a book, but what should I bring, old lady? Old bug? Like, I don't know. Maybe I already have it? I can show you everything, but I doubt. Definitely not this. Hey, that's a card! Studio 1? Right, a card key to Studio 1. I could visit poor Hammer. I'd like to visit. He died. How was his fun? Will you have your own card, Miss Olva? Studio 1 isn't my turf. Wait a second, she could say that in the cards that she doesn't have any card. Don't let me borrow it then. If I give you the card key, then I won't be able to get into Studio 1. Lend her the card key. Why don't you let you borrow it, Phoenix? I guess it can't hurt. Here you go, Miss Olbug. Card key lent to Miss Olbug. Listen to me, Sonny. I don't like having debts to no whippersnappers. You take this. I mean, even. Deal? What's this? Still Samurai trading cards? Trading cards. Sneaky kid dropped it. I figure it's pretty important to him, though. Think you may have a use for this. This must be the hostage she was talking about. Okay. Right, I'm off. There she goes, hobbling off towards the studio. Can I look at it? Trading cards. There's 3 cards. Apparently these are really popular with kids these days. Okay. Never traded a card. Usually I'm selling them or buying them, but trading never. They're not equal to each other to trade them. Okay, present. Cody, these look familiar. Hey, my... You are? Uncommon rare? You are, huh? Ultra! It's ultra rare! uncommon and just rare. You know, ultra rare, that cards are really hard to get. I didn't think about this. Man, for a grown-up, you sure dump. Give you this, if you help me. But that's my card. By offering me something I already own, you in effect show the very basis of our consumer society, namely the principle of fair trade. Man, for grown-up, you sure don't. They teach these kids in schools these days. Quantum physics? Whatever, I don't need that card. Huh? I got a double. Just keep it. It's yes. What? After I went through all the trouble? You want to trade? Find me a really rare card. Really rare? I mean, there's something rarer than ultra rare? Ultra rare, premium cards. Are way rarer than plain ultra rare cards, come on. Well, parallel cards maybe. With different design? It's called premium. He's dumb. For a kid, he know nothing. For grown up, you sure dump. Premium rare. Why do I feel like we're talking about steaks? Okay. Question is, who has it? Oh my god, what's this quest? It's already past 11. I want to, like, save, but usually the regular save here. Okay, who can have it? Don't we know? There? Oh, hi. Hello, and brings you here. Well, I had to arrange some stuff. Yes? Curious you, doesn't she seem a little different? Like, she wasn't the same person as before? No, she's the same as always. Same as always. Okay, whatever you say. Nice, my card. Do you know anything about this? Yes, it's a still samurai trading card. I collect those actually. Like, if you're collecting something, you're supposed to be having every single one. I'm one card away from a complete set. A complete set? Yeah, a set of one of each card. Wait. Wait. That's it! That's the card I need! Don't know how long I've been looking for it. Okay, I expect that she has only one copy of each, not several, especially as a premium rare. Don't care what kind of girl you might think I am, I need that card. Please, I beg you, please trade with me. Trade with you? Yes, trade card. Look, I'll even trade you an ultra rare premium card. Trade me a... huh? Yes, it's a good deal for your ultra rare. Please! Felix, can't you see she's desperate? What's everybody getting so excited about? Don't trade. No, I can't. See, this card isn't really even mine. I see. Of course it wouldn't be yours. Of course you couldn't trade it with me. Of course I won't ever get that card ever. Of course I don't even really deserve that card. Phoenix, do something! She's blacking out. Okay, I'll trade. You ready? Thanks. Then this is for you. Yeah. And there she goes. Doesn't doing good things like that make you feel great? No. Yeah, it does. Not my words. Where's my ultra rare card? Okay, I'll give for it $20. Moving here is not very good. Finally. See this card? Yeah, so wait, that's it! It's the last ultra rare premium card I need. Come on, give it to me, please. Give it to me. Though I have never seen him so eager. Right, okay, how about trade? Go on. I'll give you a Samurai Spear and throw in an evil magistrate to boot. No, not that kind of trade. I don't want cards, I want information. Huh? You sure? Fine by me. Okay, Phoenix, let's hear what he has to say. If he knows something that could help us, we can have him take the stand tomorrow. Okay. Steel Samurai. So, you like the Steel Samurai? It's so cool. I guess. You're judging him by his looks. You have to look at his action, at his life. And being lectured on life by great score. Like him too, don't you? Me? Yeah, I love the Steel Samurai. So tell me, what's your favorite thing about the Steel Samurais? Let's use your power sector. Well, never even seen a full episode of that dumb show. Actually, I'm kind of a fan of Will Powers. Oh, it's totally hardcore. You call me hardcore? So, what else do you like about him? Don't tell me I have to keep this act up. So tell me what your favorite thing about the Steel Samurai is. I can answer Will Powers acting one more time. Well, it's literally the same. Are you kidding me? They repeating the same thing. Okay, his fighting skills. Got to think of something. I like it when he vanquishes his opponents. Yeah, wisdom. The Steel Samurai always wins. Always. Check this out. It's my fan album. What's that? So pictures of the Steel Samurai. To every live performance. It's just certain episodes. Approximately. What? You already did this? I expect like 2 streams. Just 2 hours, so you already stopped streaming? Those stupid publicity stunts where they beat each other up in public. Let's take a picture when the Steel Samurai lands the final blow. I got them all, and I missed one, a perfect collection. Check it out, my new digital camera. What is this, Canon? 2008? What a dedication. So, that's very impressive. The newest model, isn't it? For 2000. You bet, lady. I just got it for my birthday. My album has a name, but I heard the Steel Samurai Path to Glory. Steel Samurai always wins, always. Hey, if you want this, you can have it, lady. Really? Are you sure? Yeah, I took this with a digital camera. I got all the data at home, so I can always make another one. Well, then I'm happy to accept, thank you. So, the last photo will about when he lost. These people always doing stuff to me. What a life. Okay. What happened? You were here on the day of the incident, right? Yeah. Did you see anything unusual? Cody. Cody, he needs to know because he's fighting for justice. Isn't that the Steel Samurai's motto for great justice? You have to help us fight for great justice too. I saw everything. Well, we might get some useful information out of him yet. What you saw? Code, I need to ask you something very important. What did you see on the day of the incident? I could hear the date around 2. Had to come in through the woods out back so that old lady wouldn't see me. But kinda lost, so I was in there for maybe a half hour or so. And I finally got to the studio. After that, what is it, Cody? The Steel Samurai killed the bad guy. He used his samurai spear, just like always, one shot, one kill. It went so fast I got scared. What happened after that? I see, it must have been hard for you. Well, say those nice things, but it's so obvious you aren't speaking from the heart. Right, yeah? Yes. So you can say for sure this means the Steel Samurai did it. True enough. And the director has an alibi, so it wasn't him. Indeed. So the only person left who it could have been is Will Powers. That's what I admit, it's kind of a shock. But if you put this boy on the witness stand, your client will be guilty for sure. Let's not call him down. I think that would be wise. Best to leave this one alone. Not so fast, Paul. I had everything. This boy here is a key witness. He's under police protection, starting now. Come on, son. You've got a rendezvous with me down the precinct. No, I am going. And he killed the detective. It didn't go so well. You're back to 0 leads. And now we have a serious handicap in court. What are you going to do, Mia? Well, I really need to be going. Don't worry, Phoenix. I'm sure you'll be fine. What? Come to the trial tomorrow, please. I need you there. Phoenix, can I ask you something? Do you really believe that Mr. Power is innocent? I believe. Of course he is. That's all I wanted to hear. Excellent. I'll see you in court then. Great. Thanks, Mia. See you soon. That's all? That's finally all for today, of course. We'll continue as in tomorrow. Indeed, save it. Just need the music here. Here it is. No, I'm going to sleep. It's too late. So, Jarbo is not streaming, right? Who is still online? Daytona is online playing Fortnite, of course. But I have nobody else, so let me write him. Did he finish Elder's... Elden Ring, of course. Elder Scrolls, I wanted to say. I know already. Right now I'm going to sleep. Thank you for stopping by, everyone. Amy Raman, Jarbo, Riston. Oh my god. Anybody else? No, that's all for today. Bye and good night. See you. I believe I'm... No, it's not the middle of the game, because the last case will be super long, I remember. So, where's my ending screen? Here it is. So, bye, see you next time, good night. Oh yeah, range cut. Yeah.